Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the final night of streams for the Festival of Rail. I hope everybody's has been enjoying the event so far this weekend. I know that Steam was quite popular yesterday, and I think everybody enjoyed seeing some sneaky screenshots. So we have a great lineup for tonight, but first I'd like to address the fact that Droya's content isn't actually part of tonight's lineup, and that's due to some unfortunate technical difficulties. We weren't able to get the video shown tonight. So I'd like to thank Droya for the efforts that he's made into creating a video for us, and we will be showing it at a later date on Railfan TV, so keep an eye out for that. For tonight, we're going to be starting with the British Ace, who's going to be driving the BR Class 313. Then you will have a Livery Designer 101 created by me, where I've created a nice little livery for Festival of Rail. We'll then have the Creators Club preview with myself and Matt. I'll then be doing a Let's Play on Dresden. I gave this a practice earlier. It's either going to go really well or really badly. We'll have to wait and see. And then finally, we'll be finishing up with West Cornwall local from WobblyCaptain. So we'll head straight into it. And let's get started with the video from the British Ace.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another Train Sim World 2 video. This actually is part of the Festival of Rail, so big thanks to Dovetail Games for the amazing opportunity to take part. For this one we're going to be, well, it should be about an hour, and we'll be in the 3-on-3 gun up to Selhurst. We've got 7 seconds until the service begins. At the moment we're at Lovers Walk. There's a 387 there as well, brilliant. We've got 39 miles to Selhurst. That's not too bad. Right, we've got the marker lights on as we are in the depot. I said it to snow, sort of that festive feel. It's January, isn't it? It usually snows sometimes. Set the AWS up. DSD. I'm not going to put that on just yet. Yeah, I'm not going to put it on just yet, as I think it may still be silent. Let's pop the master key in. We'll set that to forward. Cool. Well, without further ado, let's get going. I think we are all set up. Let's get the windows open. You've got to have the window open in this. Looks like we got the go ahead. Quickly check the points. As yet, there we are. That one is not set. There we go. That's all good. Apologies if I do sound a little bit croaky. I have got a blimmin' cold, which is a little bit annoying. And we're off. Going to keep the HUD on. Usually I do play like this, so all off, none of that. But as it is Festival of Rail, I know a lot of people, that's maybe their first time seeing the 3-on-3, first time seeing the Brighton main line, so I'll keep it on for now. But away we go. Cool. Bit of that. Yeah, coming out of Lovers Walk, we'll be going all the way up to Selhurst, which is all the way up here. So it's almost the full route. About just over 3/4 of the route we're doing today. Well, 4/5 of the route, as it's about 50 miles. Out we go. I'll change the headlights to head marker lights in a second. At the moment they're on marker lights. Cool. No points up here we need to set. Don't think so, no. Yeah, this was the third rush hour route, obviously coming out back in October. I mean, where's that? That time flies. Yeah, 2-3 months ago already. But in my opinion, this is the best route in Train Sim World 2. It offers the most sort of variety in services. Obviously, trains you get quite a few trains on here if you've got the layers as well. If not, you still get the 387 and the 377. But there's a lot going on this route. It's busy. It's the full main line. Obviously, the bit to London Bridge isn't included. But I mean, when you think of the BMA, you think Victoria to Brighton, so it's sort of the main chunk of it. And you get the Reigate branch as well. And also the Ardingly branch. Even though there's no services down it, you still get it. Cool, right, I'm going to get the these on now, headlights and marker lights. Cool. But yeah, it's just awesome to see how Train Sim World has developed over the last 4 years? Yeah, 4 or 5 years. Obviously I started playing back when the console version released on the PlayStation 4, which was, I still remember the exact date, the 24th of July 2018. It was a brilliant day. Although I did see Train Sim World before, obviously CSX Heavy Hull, saw other content creators, even fellow ambassadors playing that when it first came out. But yeah, I wasn't fortunate enough to have a PC then. Let's whack that up. Although today we are playing on the PlayStation 5. So I prefer playing on here than on the PC. Cool. So speed goes up to 75. And the top speed of this train is 75. But we're going to be doing the 313 to the limit. So we're going to go straight up as fast as we can go. As yeah, I believe my slot is 1 hour, and this service is, I think, 1 hour 1 minute. So yeah, we're gonna go full whack, so we can do the whole thing. Cool, that's going up nicely. But this DLC, the 313, which we're in at the moment, this is actually from East Coastway. It's well, a fairly recent DLC. Well, a couple of months or so. But yeah, this is for East Coastway, which is the line that goes off this way, up towards Lewis, Eastbourne and Seaford. Another brilliant line. If you like the BML, you like that one. Or if you like your British electric third rail, or yeah, just electric trains, you'll like that route. And the Electro Star as well. And you also get the shed on it as well, the Class 66. Which if you own East Coastway, you then get a freight service on a couple of freight services on this route. But yeah, that is one thing. There are layers on this route. If you're on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Xbox One S, Xbox One X, and then same for PS4, PlayStation 4 Pro, and the PS4 Slim. You won't get the layers, but if you're on the PlayStation 5 or on PC, let's get that shut now, that's getting a little bit loud. Yeah, if you're on the PlayStation 5 or PC or the Xbox Series X and S, you will have access to the layers. Now for that, obviously, yeah, East Coastway, that will give you the 2 freight services. If you own the East Coastway with the Class 313, you'll then get, I think it's 7 or 8 313 services. There's quite a few on there. I think 1 or 2 will go as far as Withersfield, and then 1 that goes from Lovers Walk to Selhurst, and then you get 1 that goes from Selhurst back to Lovers Walk, but they're all in sort of individual parts. This is the biggest service you can do up the Brighton Main Line. And then if you own Great Western Express, you get quite a few Class 166 services which run between Gatwick Airport and Reigate. Brilliant as well, because you have to go from Gatwick up to Red Hill and then change cabs and then go down the branch line, which is quite cool. And there's quite a few of them services. I think there's definitely over 100. And then if you own South Eastern High Speed, you'll then get the Class 375 diversion services from East Croydon down to Red Hill. So yeah, quite a lot you can do. But even without layers, you're still getting, I think, 1,200, 300 services. So it's not like, you know, not a lot of services. There's tons of services. Pretty much 4 or 5 times you would get, well, 4 or 5 times the amount of services which you would get on other routes. So it's a pretty crazy route, this one. Because I think the sort of winner with the most services beforehand was Munich to Augsburg. And I think that's got around 400 or so. And that's got layers as well, it makes it even crazier. And that's for next gen and PC only. The layers. Right, we are now at 89. Who said the 313 can only go at 75 miles an hour? I think not. I suppose we are going downhill, so that is helping out a little bit. Cool. Selhurst Depot, number 2 Yard Road. Coming out of Clayton Tunnel, you've got the iconic castle sort of turret front to it, which you can see back there, which is always awesome to see. And actually, just remind me, as we are quite a few minutes in now, I'm going to save it fairly regularly, as there is a few crashing issues on the route, as it's just so busy, which is understandable because it's just so busy, there's so much loading in. You do get a couple of crashes every now and again, but yeah, as I said, every now and again. This is Hassocks we're coming up on, so I'll probably save it once we get to Haywards Heath. That'll be sort of the first checkpoint, so otherwise I have to go all the way back and then pretty much record again. So yeah. Cool. Oh yes, and if you also own, going back to the sort of layers, well, this is not really a layer, but it's just extra AI. Got double yellow. If you own the Great Western Express, you'll see the HST going through Clapham Junction every sort of hour or so, and you'll also get the wagons at Ardenley. But yeah, East Coast Way is still the freight trains AI. For some reason I thought that was a red then. From a distance it almost looked like that was red, and I was like, hang on a second, what happened to the single yellow? Right, let's bring that down a little bit more than that. Don't want to get, okay, we are getting a bit of wheel slide. There's the signal just there. We'll be alright. So it seems we are waiting for something at Burgess Hill. So let's bring that down. Gotta be careful. We've got to be extra careful because of the snow. Lovely. 9 service. But yeah, it's a lovely train, the 313. Bit of classic pep EMU action. Yeah, that's the issue there. There's a 377 in at Burgess Hill at the moment, which we probably will be following the whole way up to Selhurst. Actually, no. In fact, that should leave us at Gatwick, because that will go onto the fast lines. I've done this service once before, and that was actually on stream as well. I know this is not a stream. This is a pre-recorded video, just to put that out there now. But yeah, an awesome service they've added in from the timetable wizard Joe Burgess, who's done an amazing job with this. Oh, as soon as we come to a stop, we're ready to go. Okay, let's go. Whoa, that's a little wheel slip there. Okay, we're all good. Get a little bit of sand down. That's not far to the next signal, so... Although that train's next stop would be Haywards Heath. Yeah, that one would be Haywards Heath, Gatwick Airport, East Croydon, and then it doesn't really matter after that because it won't affect us. There's another 377. You get the dash 4 and the dash 1 on this. As there's so many services, they ran out of dash 4 numbers, so that's the reason why there's the dash 1s. Here's Burgess Hill. Through we go. And you've got working PIS on this route. Level crossings. Actually, hang on a second. Are there actually level crossings on this route? I'm thinking, I don't think there are any level crossings. But there would be working level crossings if there was level crossings on. Well, no, there is. There is a level crossing. Reigate. Yeah, there's a level crossing there. But yeah, I don't think there is any other level crossing. I mean, it's a main line, so level crossings, you know, are not really ideal. But then there's that level crossing on the East Coast main line. I was streaming it on Train Simulator a little while back, and it goes across like all 4 like lines. I mean, that must be, wow. Yeah, imagine like walking across and getting stuck on there, and the gates come. I suppose you would probably still make it, but wow, that would be an experience walking across there. I think there is actually foot crossings as well across that, or a 4-track main line. It's crazy. Right, coming up on Withersfield. And yeah, hopefully my mic isn't too loud. I keep seeing it going to the red bit. I suppose if it is, do pop down the audio a little bit. Here's Commuter Junction, which then takes you down to Plumpton, Cooksbridge and Lewis. Which I've been on this line many times in real life. Been down the Commuter branch many times. Pretty much the whole southern network I've been on quite a few times. But it's my local network, so through we go. Got greens, as we like to see. Don't really want to be catching up the 377s, so maybe try and take it a bit slower. Hopefully it would have buggered off by now. Come on, if you can hear that sort of, you probably just heard the light. Is my phone going off, that is. And again, that you probably heard it again. Move it away. Still all good. But yeah, the sort of how far Train Somewhere has come is excellent, and it's just going to get better and better as we go along. I mean, Great Western Express, that was the first route I played. No PIS. I mean, I know it still hasn't got PIS, but other routes have now got PIS and all the fancy features. But yeah, it's just brilliant to see how far it has come along. And it still is in its early days. I mean, I know it's been 4 years, but if you take Train Simulator, for example, obviously the first sort of few years of that, it was still not a lot going on. And now look at it. It's got all the routes, well, not all the routes, but a lot of routes. Yeah, the game gets better and better. Right, I can see Haywards Heath Tunnel. It's red at the moment. I swear that looked red, and that looks yellow. So we will be stopping, I think, before the tunnel. I think you can just about work out the next signal gantry. Hasn't quite rendered in yet, or loaded in. But it's bi-directional along the stretch between Brighton and Three Bridges. Well, Brighton and just north of Balcombe Tunnel. Yeah, that'll be the red up there. Cool. There's a 387. Yeah, you get the 387 and the 377 in this route. And they both use AP sounds as well, so when it comes to sounds, top notch. And over on Waddle and all that, top notch as well. And also you get the, I call it the smart PIS. You've got the PIS on the platforms and sort of to the side of the trains. Or the smart PIS on board the trains, as it scrolls through all the stations on the side. And this one is for East Coastway, so it doesn't have the scrolly free thing. It just says not in service on there. But I'm sure that will be something they do implement in the future on this one. Yes, DSD. No, AWS. I'm always getting mixed up with the safety systems. See, I know the safety systems. I know them quite well. But it's because I've been playing so much of just other countries' routes. Like Germany, for example, I'm usually always on a German route. So every time I hear an alarm go off when I'm back on a British route, I'm like, CIFA, be quiet. And it's like, no, it's not CIFA, it's DSD or AWS. Cool. There's a sort of barrier wagon there. Which is there in real life as well, that wagon. Just sort of sat there doing nothing. That's quite cool the way they've put it in here. This is Haywards Heath, and I think I can just about work out a yellow. So let's pop that up. Been at Haywards Heath station quite a few times in real life as well, changing trains. Getting off here to then go down the Commuter branch down towards Lewis. And also for trains down towards the West Coastway, as they run fast down to Hove from here. Right, let's speed up a little bit more. As I said, we've only got an hour slot, so it's already been 20 minutes. Oh, first sort of checkpoint, let's quickly save that. There we go, just in case. Although we do have to stop at Red Hill for a few minutes, so going a bit slow here probably is actually going to be more ideal. So we don't have to wait as long up there. But yeah, hopefully everyone is enjoying the Festival of Rail. And obviously big thanks to Dovetail Games for giving me a slot to show off the 313 on the Brighton Main Line. I've been a Dovetail ambassador since August, and it's been brilliant all the way. So yeah, massive thanks to Dovetail Games. Right, that's going up. Get some speed on it again. That train ahead shouldn't really affect us now. As yeah, it will be going on to the fast lines just north of Balcombe Tunnel. So I think we go on the slow ones. So we should be clear most of the way now. Although saying that, I'm pretty certain there's a service which comes up the Arun Valley line. So that might affect us. There goes the Ardingly branch, which I'll show you quickly what is down there. It's a very short branch line. It just goes down here. I've actually been down here before on a, well, not really a rail tour service, it was more of a sort of special. Just goes down here. I actually haven't flown down it before. And down to here. And there's the wagons there. Right, let's go back to the train. I'm going to fly back to the train actually. Which should be coming up on Balcombe Tunnel. No, not Balcombe Tunnel. Balcombe Viaduct or the Ouse Valley Viaduct. Right, then let's get back to it. It's got quite a way ahead. Probably missing out the viaduct, so. Well, here's the viaduct here. It seems we've already got across it. But yeah, this is, well, I suppose we can have a bit of time to sort of look at it there. There's the Ouse Valley Viaduct. A pretty magnificent structure. My God, where's the train got to? We should be going faster than it, because this camera travels at, I think, 130 miles an hour. Doesn't seem like it at the moment, but it does. Actually, that's a bit quicker, going a bit closer down. There it is. Let's get back in. Didn't want to spawn back into it as yesterday. I was on Boston Sprinter, and we did that and the game didn't like it, so fly back. There's another 377. So we're coming up on Balcombe Station soon, which is a lovely little station for the little village. In fact, it's a really nice station. Went for it back in June. Well, the train stopped there. They've got all like the flower beds and yeah, nice I suppose community which look after the station. It's a very nice station. And pretty good, I suppose, for train spotting, as you get all of the fast trains whizzing through, the 700 stopping. So it'll be Three Bridges, a station I'm at quite a lot of the time. Oh yeah, going back to about the Ardingly branch, yeah, there was a sort of special, I wouldn't really call it a rail tour service. A thumper went down there, I think it was 2015 or 16, to celebrate, I think it was 150 years of Haywards Heath Station. So yeah, there was a thumper which went down the Ardingly branch. Some of you might have even been on it. As it was packed, remember it, packed, it was warm as well. It was nice though going down there. Right, this is Balcombe Tunnel. Your eardrums always pop going through here in real life. There we go, got the 80 here. Then down to 70 as we'll be going on to the upslow. I swear that said 70 a second ago there. We're going at 60 yet anyway, so we're all good. Yeah, there's the 70 there. So we're going on to the upslow now. See, some of these corners are really uncomfortable. Like that, even it was 70 there, but just the way we sort of swung onto it there. There's also another corner on Southeastern High Speed, another amazing route. If you're running between Gravesend and Ebbsfleet International, you get that corner. I think it says you can go 60 across it, but if you do go 60, you proper jolt to the side. It feels really sort of, I don't know, it's a scary corner. Scary turning. But we're coming up on the Three Bridges Rail Operations Centre and the Thameslink Depot, which I've actually been in a couple of times. Did work experience with Network Rail, that was in 2018. Got to go and look at all the, operations centre, go into the old signalling centre, go into the new signalling centre, which was awesome. And then did it again in 2019, but that was with GTR, who operate Southern, Gatwick Express, Great Northern and Thameslink. So we went down there again. I went down here again. Yeah, awesome place, proper max security and everything. It's brilliant. Then you got the old signalling centre there on the right, that sort of old looking building. Right, that's Three Bridges. There's my local line, what goes down there. Cool. And another 377 about to whiz through. Talking about whizzing through, let's get a flyby shot. How dare we, haven't got one yet. Let's go ahead. Got 19 miles. It's been 27 minutes. It should be alright. Right, let's watch this going through this. I worried for a second there because I thought we only had the marker lights on, but then the headlight loaded in, which is good. We would have been in quite big trouble otherwise. A bit more up. Let's get that on again. You've got the Crawley New Yard sidings here. You get I think a couple of freight trains a day. I do see the freight train that goes in there a fair bit. Was it usually around 1 or 2 in the afternoon you see one going in there? So it goes onto the main line and reverses in. Yeah, that's that. And then I think it's a bit further up you get the whole metro bus. depot, which is always cool to see. If you like your buses, you get a whole mix of Brighton ones and, well, the ones around here as well in there. I wonder if they actually have it put that in. Maybe there's a few bus models. Good to keep an eye out, as we are running on a double yellow. No, there's somewhere around here. You see it if, well, you've probably seen it if you've been on the line up here. Another single yellow. So we're probably, yeah, we're going to be stopping for a 166 service. I think that one leaves Gatwick at 12:02. So that shouldn't affect us for long. Yeah, it's already gone to a double yellow. Yeah, there's a plane flying over. Brilliant. It's just awesome to, yeah, because I've got flight sim as well, so sort of flying into Gatwick and then coming here doing a service from Gatwick. It's brilliant. Yeah, there's the airport there. Here we are, going through platform 2. And you've got a 387 over there. So this is sort of the midpoint on the route, this is. I think from here it's 24 miles, so 23 miles back to Brighton and 24 miles up to Victoria. So yeah, pretty much the midpoint on the route. Although time-wise, I think it is actually slightly longer to get back to Brighton. Yeah, I think it's 25 minutes to Brighton. Then 20 minutes up to Victoria. Something like that. Then you've got Hawley Station. Which is for the residential area around here. I only ever got off here once. There's a hospital around here, so that was what that was for. Let's get that up again. Hawley. Love the snow on the platform as well. There was actually a route I was playing recently. I can't remember what one it was. No, I think it was East Coast Way. Yeah, East Coast Way in the 313. Yeah, and it had all the snow on the platform. I think it was East Coast Way. With all the snow on the platform, that's brilliant. That's going up to 90, and it comes down to 75, just after Ellswood, or actually just before, I think. Cool. But yeah, hopefully everyone is enjoying the video. But yeah, I stream Trainson World every single day, and we do go back to the old one as well, which is the Northeast Corridor, New York, on Trainson World 2020. But yeah, stream it every single day. So if you do want to see more, well, yeah, BritishAce on YouTube. That's the 387. Cool. Right, this is Salford Station. The thing is, this route is so fun. Like, I mean, I'm a little bit biased as I've been on this route many times in real life. It's fairly local to me as well. But I spent 9 hours, well, 9 hours and a half in the end on this route. It sounds like, you know, that's a really long, sort of boring thing to do. I mean, 9.5 hours on the same route going backwards and forth. But it's actually, to me, it was really fun. And I could have actually continued for probably another sort of 1-2 hours, maybe even longer than that, if I didn't have things to do. But yeah, it was brilliant. 9 hours on here. do want to do something like that again at some point, but maybe the Brighton Main Line and East Coastway sort of together. That would be cool. Then another thing I do like to do is sort of combine Train Sim World 2 and Train Simulator. So say for example the Chatham Main Line route. I don't know when, well I know when this video is going to be coming out, but I don't know when the Chatham Main Line is going to be coming out. Maybe it's out already when this goes live. But one thing I'm looking forward to when that comes out is running from London to Pancras International to Faversham on this game, and then on Train Simulator going the rest of the way to Ramsgate. That's sort of what we used to do back in, we did it back in I think July, yeah, when the BML was sort of first, well not first announced, but when it was getting closer and I got the computer to the East Coast on Train Sim World, hopped over to Train Simulator and went the rest of the way up to London. Sort of combined the two brilliant games together. Oh, that was a double yellow there. So it looks like we will be stopping at Red Hill. And you get the quarry line that goes off there. All the fast and speedy trains go down there. And we go slightly slower. Although only 12 miles now. It's been 35 minutes since we left Lovers Walk. So 12 miles. We should be able to do that. Although I probably jinxed it now. I can see a 375 up there as well. Yeah, I do apologise if I am sounding a little bit croaky. Have got some sort of cold, which is a little bit annoying. But yeah, it happens. There's 166 and a 377. If only there was a 387 there. Well, they don't run up here. And you'd see all of the trains available. Well, actually no, because then you need the 66 as well. That one goes over there. So yeah, I believe we are waiting for the Reigate service, which it has got the green by the looks of things, so that shouldn't be long, and it'll be off. I think it's actually could be leaving now actually. Maybe not. There it is there. That one will be off in a second. Cool. Come on 377, get going. We're trying to get up to Selhurst. I think that one runs slow as well. That will be stopping at Merstham, Colston South, Purley. Yeah, we'll be following it the whole way back to, well, the whole way up to Selhurst. It's a 1 hour 1 minute service. I've got 1 hour slot, so hopefully we can do the whole service. If not, somebody wants to sort of, maybe 5 minutes, a little bit, just to make them a bit. Wait, go. Let's go talk to the driver. I don't know, right, going? Cool, off you go. We'll follow the line, so try and quit. They're off. Get that. So very, very good job on the Wobbly. You're quite sort of challenging delivery potential, sort of pictures on the side, a little bits on delivery. Try to get quite hard to do. Yeah, you can see where the frame runs. You've got right here, next to the head there, you've got entrance to the castle. These are all these places actually. You've got right here, Seneca Tower, and just a cathedral. Yeah, all on the coastway. Which this train's against the coastway in 2010. That's replaced the 377-3s, I believe. Which, yeah, did cause a little bit of uproar, as, well, the new train will be replaced by older trains. But it sort of makes sense, because the coastways are, well, they're not fast, I mean, yeah, you can go up to about 90, but it makes sense to have 377 on where it makes more sense. Yeah, so if you're on the coastway today, so if you're on the south coast, well, around there, yeah, do try and have a ride on the 3-on-3. Well, they've still got probably quite a few years to go, but it's always fun when you're down there on one. Good experience. Yeah, I think they're the oldest trains on the British network. Which is weird, because in sort of the southern England, it's like all modern. Like the 700s, the 707s, the 701s, now all modern. Then you come to the coastways and you see a 3-on-3 trottling along. They're lovely to see. Right, I'm going to save it again. checkpoint. There you go, being saved. Right, we've got 11 miles in 20 minutes. Can we do it? I mean, we should be able to do it, although we are going to be following the other train, so it's going to be tough. But we should be alright. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in for my slot on the Festival of Rail. And hopefully everyone is enjoying the event. Right, so it'll be Merston we go through next. And I think at this point you can actually see the fast line. Yeah, there's the fast line there. So it's quite close, just there. See all the big fast trains whizzing along it. Right, where's the red? There's the red. Come on, Reigate train, we're going up towards Victoria. Be quick. Cool. There's the other Reigate train. I think there's 3 that run it. It's there every half an hour. It's about 40 minutes up from Reigate to Victoria. So it's quite a nice little service, little 4 coaches down the branch line. Nice service. And you can just go backwards and forth on it as well, as it doesn't go out of the map. Maybe I should do that at some point, a Reigate day. Just sit on the Reigate service all day. Although this part of the Brighton Main Line I don't know as well. So I'm from Sussex, so I know sort of the Sussex bit quite well. Anywhere sort of below Red Hill, that sort of Red Hill to Brighton, that's sort of my chunk I know really well. Sort of, you know, the local area, all the place names, and but just things about the local area. I can give you, you know, what the facts are, what's close by. But sort of anywhere above Red Hill, to me, that's like, whoa, that's far. That's out of my area. Right, it should be just round here to Merstham Station. Should be round here. Yeah, I think you can see it. Is that the platform there? Yeah, the platform's there. Now we've got to assume the next signal is red. I mean, it probably is double yellow, maybe even green now. But yeah, got to assume it will be red. Although we're going to be following the train all the way up to Salehurst, well, East Croydon, so we don't really need to rush along. It is a double yellow, so we can speed up a little bit. Let's get that up. Yes, AWS. Cool. But yeah, this is one of the rush hour routes, and it's available for $24.99. And then if you want this train I'm in now, here's the M25. This is from East Coastway. Which if you want East Coastway and this, that would be about £36 for both. And the Brighton Main Line on top, that would then be about 50 quid. No, not 50, well, that'll be about 60, yeah. But definitely worth it, getting the whole sort of southern area and the 313. But remember, the 313 services are only for next gen and PC only. And I'm going to state the consoles, as I usually get quite a few comments saying, why isn't it on the Xbox One S? Or the PS4 Pro. But yeah, next gen, so that is PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X and the Series S. And the PC. That's how you would get this service. We're in Merstham Tunnel. Just going to bring down our speed a little bit as it's not too far to Coulston South. And the train should probably be in there at the moment. Don't want to risk it too much. We've got 15 minutes to go 8 miles. It's going to be tight. But yeah, we've got 1 hour slots. Yeah, well, 14 minutes now to get there. We'll be alright. Worst case scenario, I'll just speed up the video at a certain point, so you might hear my voice go a bit sort of high pitched and squiggly for probably what 10 seconds or so, just so we can stick to that 1 hour slot. So I'm sure there'll be another ambassador after this, and I don't want to overrun into their slot. But yeah, do be sure to stay tuned for the next slot. Which I don't know what will be at the moment, as I'm recording this fairly. Well, there isn't the timetable at the moment, so. But yeah, do be sure to stay tuned. I think I remember correctly from last year, I think it ran for 2 days, the Festival of Rail, I think. So yeah, plenty of streams and videos to, well, tune into. And perfect if you are looking for, you know, new content to buy. As yeah, well, this will be January time, so after Christmas. So yeah. Let's bring that down. See, after Purley, we should be fairly, well, we're still going to be affected by it, but should be a little bit less, as it runs fast to East Croydon after the service ahead. I can see a single yellow. Yeah, it's single yellow. I think I'm right there. Probably go up to it and it'll be red. No, it is a single yellow. Cool. So I think the next signal is Coulston South platform. So not as good on the slow lines as the fast. And here comes a fast train, actually. Which, well, let's get a flyby shot of that. That we got about 90. Was that only a 4 coach? No, I think that was an 8 coach. It goes fast so quick. Let's whack that up. 12 minutes. We got 6.6. We should make it. Although I think we do get a red light at East Croydon. I think we have to wait for a service to come across onto the sort of slower lines. As long as we can just get to Selhurst and we can stop on that siding, we're all good. They're coming up on Coulston South. Through we go. Let's do a bit of horn. In fact, let's get a flyby shot. I mean, I know it's a bit late as we're going through the platform now, but that's not too bad. There we go. Brilliant. Let's get up a little bit more. But yeah, massive thanks to Dovetail Games for the opportunity of having a slot on Festival of Rail. We've got a single. Is that a single yet? That's why the last one was green. Okay, now we got a single yellow. Let's bring that down. We'll slide as well. Probably don't need to bring it down too quick. I probably still have got a bit of a distance to the red, but you know, we want to be safe. You've got the line down there to Coulston Town, which I think then goes to Tattenham Corner, or Tatenham Corner, however you pronounce it. Then you've got a Reedham station, which you can see just there, which is actually modelled, because you can't go there as it's not on the bit included, but you can see the station is there. Very short platform. Cool. Little 3-on-3 come all the way up from Brighton. Oh, it's 50. We've got 9 minutes. 9 minutes, and we've still got 5 miles. Although after this we should be fairly straight through. It's going to be tight though, but yeah, I might have to speed the video up at some point. I might have done it already. Actually, no, probably not. Just so we can get all the way to Selhurst. So if I have a squiggly voice at some point, that's why. Shit, don't want to be overrunning. Let's go. A little bit more speed. Coming up on Purley. Which it looks to be we have a... Is that for us, that yellow? I think it is. Yeah, double yellow. Let's go, go, go. Yeah, worst case scenario, there'll be a little time lapse. Green, go, go, go. Bugger off, wall slip, run our way. And I'm going to save it as well, just as we are a little bit further up now. You can even see Selhurst on the graph there. $60 along here. We've got 7 minutes. This, I mean, we have to do 3-on-3 to the limit. I mean, I know it's not the limit at the moment, but we got to go quick. Come on, train, you can do it. Let's get to Selhurst. Leave. We've got Purley Oaks here, then it's South Croydon, then East Croydon, and then into... Well, we turn off into Selhurst. There we go. Got 1.8 and we got a 45, so that will be just before East Croydon. I think we should be able to make it. We should be able to. We'll be alright. Still 60. So it'll be South Croydon coming up. And then you've got the line coming from East Grinstead and Uckfield, which then joins at Oxted, and Oxted over to, well, here. Still following something. And 387. Yes, this is another very busy area. I think at times on this game, East Croydon could actually be busier than Clapham Junction. In terms of the amount of trains coming through, it's a busy bit. There's a 375, looks like that one's waiting at a signal. Right, 2 miles in 6 minutes, we've got this. I do want to bring it down a bit quicker as well, as the signal box are pretty small along here. Bit of sand. Oh, but it's that Reigate train again, isn't it? Come on, I can see it ahead. I think that train's waiting to get in because there's another train at the platform. Yeah, that one's waiting for that one. Okay, it's going in. It's about to go in now. This is going to be close. I might even have to cut it here, just then to when it goes green. Or speed it up. I did say an hour and 1 minute, so we go ahead to the next signal block. Yeah, it's a very fun service to do this one. A bit of a challenge as well, as you have to get continuously yellows, reds. That's a very fun service to do. Come on, train. You don't need to wait there for long. Go, go, go. Well, that one probably will leave fairly shortly. So it's probably running late as it had to wait. Right, East Croydon. There we go. Let's do the DRA. Right, let's go have a word with the driver ahead. Tell him to leave now. He's got the green. Doors are shut as well, so should be going. You going? Yeah, he's going. We have a chance. We do have a chance. Slim chance, but it'll be quite. I'll probably have to do the outro as we get in. Put that back on. I'm still not. Right, should be about to change. Hopefully, please. There. Let's go, go, go. This is going to be close. 2 minutes. I probably am going to have to speed up probably a little bit. So at any point now you might see a little bit of sort of a speed up. Up to 40. And then to full swing. 1 mile. Have got that 40 coming up. Come on, train. You can do it. Right, so this is where we head down towards Salehurst. 1 minute. So we're pretty much here as well. Yes, there we go. $30, alright, we'll bring that down. There you go. Just up. Yeah, get a bit. Nice. Okay, stop. Oh, I think I'll up. Everyone else won't try. I'll see you now. There you go. Say again, just yes. And I'm there. Just now, yeah, that's right, so try and speed it up a little bit more. We've got 15 as well. That's cool, there's the service going over the top there. Awesome. And let's bring that down to 15. And also I will check the points as well. We don't think we do have to set any, but I'll check them anyway. Just in case. Yeah, looks like we are clear through. There, we've made it all the way up to South London. There's another 3-on-3 as well, which I think then forms the southbound service back to Lovers Walk. Which I think that one has like 7 parts to it or something. It's got quite a few parts to it. And we're stopping, I think, in that siding coming up there. Just there. Okay, not them ones there, slightly further ahead. Cool. But yeah, thanks everyone for coming in and watching, and hopefully you have enjoyed my Festival of Rail slot. Obviously, many thanks again to Dovetail Games for the opportunity to have a slot. Brilliant. But I do Train Sim World 2 every single day, streams, and lots of videos on it as well. So if you are interested in that, feel free to pop over to my YouTube channel, which I think is going to be plugged somewhere in the Festival of Rail. But yeah, BritishAce on YouTube. Yeah, feel free to come over and say hi. Here we are. We did it. That was 1 hour and 3 minutes, so we'll probably have to cut a little bit of that, but that's all good. We did it. Well, there we go. That is going to be it, everyone. Obviously, enjoy the Festival of Rail. Obviously, big thanks to Dovetail Games. And yeah, it should be going over to the next bit of content now. But yeah, hopefully everyone has enjoyed it. Yeah, feel free to come over to the BritishAce on YouTube, and I hopefully will see you for the next one. See you all, and enjoy the Festival of Rail. Thanks all.
Welcome to the Livery Designer 101 segment for Festival of Rail. I'm Natalie, and some of our more regular community members will be familiar with my Livery Designer walkthroughs. I'm joined with Sam. Hi, Sam.
Hello.
And we'll be talking through the basics of how to use the Livery Designer, and I'll be showing you some of the functionality and sharing some of my top tips and tricks. I've actually created an exclusive design, which I will be uploading to Creators Club after the event.
Nice.
So,
is Creators Club available already then?
Creators Club isn't currently available now. It will be out soon though, and we're going to be sharing we're going to be giving everybody a peek behind the curtain after this segment.
Nice.
Now, Sam, how familiar are you with using the Livery Designer?
I've not used ours particularly, but I've used it in other games, so I've got a pretty good idea of the principles.
All right. So feel free to ask any questions about this one.
I will.
Yeah. So let's dig right into it. So first thing you're going to need to do is make sure that you are logged in to your Dovetail Live account. And while you're logged in, this gives you access to the Mastery rewards. Now, the Mastery rewards are really handy for unlocking exclusive decals. Oh, how do you pronounce it, Sam?
Decal.
Decals. And they're listed in 2 tiers. So the challenges, tier 1 tend to unlock the decals, and tier 2 tend to unlock scenery tiles. Now, as you can see, I exclusively go for the tier 1s. And this is because I'm after the decals for any of the creations. These ones here are my personal favorites, and that's why I've done them. However, there are quite a lot available, but they are quite time consuming. Now, this is obviously the most recent batch of decals.
So you earn those just by playing the game, right?
Just by playing the game, yeah. Most people will unlock them without even realizing they're doing it. Now, when you go to get to the Livery Designer, if you haven't completed an introduction, it will automatically load the introduction if you haven't set it not to. So I'm just demonstrating here what happens if you want to remove that setting, because a lot of people, when they're doing the Livery Designer, just want to go straight to it. So you go into settings, and it's actually on the game. I'm just showing where the different settings are. So you go into game, and then right down at the bottom, we have the auto load journeys, and you just switch it to off and then apply it. I've done it a few times where I forgot to apply things and it didn't work.
So you're obviously playing this on PC,
Yes.
but I've heard that actually the Livery Designer works really well if you're using a controller instead of using mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, so the Livery Designer on controllers is excellent. I've given it a bit of a go, but I'm not very fluent with using it on controllers. But you certainly have much more control when it comes to moving things around where you want. and it is a bit of a smoother experience. But it all depends on personal preference. I obviously prefer using keyboard and mouse, but that's because that's what I'm used to. So we are now on the Livery Designer page. And as you can see, there's a very large selection of what you can actually create. There's locos and wagons and tank cars and all sorts.
Now, it's not 100% of everything that's available in the game at the moment.
No, it's not currently. We are still expanding the list, and I believe that falls under Adam's remit. So this will be sped up slightly, because otherwise we'd be here for a very long time watching me create this design. But what I'm going to do at the start is just show some of the functionality, what buttons do what, how it works, how to move it around. As you're not familiar with it, Sam, if you do ever give it a go, I would recommend that you spend a good amount of time just playing around with the settings. Don't try to create anything specific. Just learn what everything does, because you will inevitably make mistakes the first few times.
Well, it's also a question of seeing what it's capable of, right?
Absolutely.
Now, you said that if we hadn't sped this up, we'd be here for a long time. How much time did this particular livery take you to make?
So for this one, I've used up all 300 layers that are available to me, and it took me. This is actually one of the faster liveries I've created as well, and it took me over an hour. So that's quite a long time, but it is definitely a time sink if you're not careful. And I've been playing around with it before for upwards of 3 hours without realizing.
I wouldn't call it something you need to be careful of. I think people who like making liveries and want to do a realistic job, it taking a long time is not necessarily a bad thing.
No, true. It's actually very relaxing once you get used to it as well. I found it can, the first few times, like I said, you really need to learn how to use it, but it'll sort of click. And once it clicks, it's a lot of fun. So what I'm demonstrating here is the projection settings. So as you can see, it projects to the other side. If you're using lettering, obviously it will project the letters the wrong way around. It's great for shapes, not so great for words.
So projection shoves it over onto the other side?
Yes.
Okay.
There are different ways to play around with the projection to get it to move into different places, but usually I'll just stick it on the other side. It's a really great way if you've got a nice image and you want it on the other side without using up layers.
Right, okay.
So the other thing I'm showing here is the grouping. So grouping is excellent once you've created something and you want to move it around, but it has limitations. So you can, once they're grouped together, you can make it larger, you can make it smaller, you can move it around, but you cannot change the colors once they're grouped together. So as you can see, I've copied it, and now I'm ungrouping it, and I'm going to change the color.
So even though you've got something in a group, it still counts as individual layers within that?
Yes, it does. It's just a much quicker way of duplicating something. So if, for example, if you were making a tree and you made a lot of leaves to go on it, and you like the way the leaves look specifically, you can copy all those leaves and it's much easier to put them on the tree.
Is there no way you can bake layers out into being one layer? So you could take a group of 20 and turn it into one layer?
Not a way that I know of, no.
Okay.
Now, so this is where I actually properly start to get into this design for Festival of Rail. And
what are you making?
So what I'm making, I'm going to be recreating the poster, our Festival of Rail posters. I don't know if you've seen it. So
I have.
Yeah. All right, so I was trying to recreate the stars here, similar to the poster. But it was an effect that didn't quite work the way I wanted. I was trying to make it more transparent, so it would sort of look like a night sky, but yeah. I couldn't get the shapes to behave the way I wanted. I did try grouping them together to make it easier to place them along, but I think I ended up with more of a weathered effect than a night sky.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look a little bit paint splattery at the moment.
It does. And And the other thing I realised while I was doing this, especially once I start putting them along the top here, is that I was quickly eating through my layers. So I've got 300, and if I'm putting it all along the top, this was just consuming my layers, and it wasn't really giving me the look I wanted. So I left them there for a while, but I think I do end up changing my mind with this effect. Now,
but surely that's normal though, right? Is that there's always going to be a little bit of, can I get the effect that I want, and experimenting until you find the way to do it.
No, absolutely, that happens all the time. A lot of the time, I'll create something and it'll sort of sit in the back of my mind that I don't like the way it looks.
Yeah.
And then I'll carry on with it, and then all of a sudden I'll have an idea. Oh, maybe I could do it this way. Maybe I could do it that way. So yeah, there's a lot of changing my mind as I go, and sometimes I make mistakes. I'll push the wrong buttons while I'm going. That is something I do an awful lot. I'll make things smaller instead of bigger. But yeah. So what I'm doing here is the publisher event box. I'm trying to recreate that now.
Publisher event. Gracious me.
Now, the colours, I'm usually really particular about. I think I end up changing them a few times. Because I like to get them as correct as I can.
And it looks to me like you can put in the RGB for the color that you want. So, you know, if you're replicating something, can't you just go and grab the right color code and then input it?
I don't think you actually can do that. I think you can scroll around to have a look, but I don't think you can manually put it in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know that has actually been something that's been requested, because obviously...
I would imagine so.
Yeah, because it would be great to have that ability.
Because almost every train company in the world will have the Pantone values or the hex values for their... Yeah. Oh no, there you go.
You've got, they're there, but you can't...
saturation going on there. I mean,
you can
if
see
you
them,
know
but
those
you can't...
numbers, then you're all good.
Yeah, you can. Let's say you Google the number, and you'd be able to move it around with the mouse yourself until you got the color you wanted, but you would have to be quite accurate. So what I'm doing here is there's a sort of fade effect on the actual part of the design that says what was it? It says Festival of Rail. And I was trying my best to sort of recreate that, but when I first started, the circles, they just didn't look right, and I couldn't put my finger on why. And I think it's because they were all too perfect. So then I started playing around with changing the size of them a bit. And I realised that you could see the edges of the circles perfectly.
Yeah.
So what I've done here is put the box in place with the fade at the same colour, and then I started to move the circles so it looks like a more natural shape. And I did the same on the other side. It often takes a while for the designs to actually come together. It can look like a bit of a mess, should we say, until it all starts to fit in. It's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle sometimes.
Yeah, but you know what you're aiming for in your mind's eye, right? So
absolutely.
I mean, watching, it's like watching Bob Ross make something. Is kind of go, I've no idea what he's making, right up until the point that he's made it, and you go, oh, okay, I see what you've done there.
Yeah, no, it's literally that. But I think he's probably a bit more talented than I am.
Well, he's also dead, so I mean, you know, you do have the opportunity to catch up at least.
So when creating a word with the text, if you're not careful, it can look really wonky, because obviously trying to get the letters to line up is a pain. But if you copy them and then click on decals and choose another letter, you can move them along and they'll all be perfectly lined up.
Well, actually, kerning. Kerning is the challenge at that point.
Kerning?
Yeah, that's the spacing between letters.
Yes, that's basically it. But they're all perfectly level because you're just copying and moving along the letters, and as you can see, it's a bit of a process to get it done. One of the things I would actually like to see eventually in the livery editor is different fonts. I think this is something
that would be useful. Are you stuck with this kind of one generic font?
For the time being, you could. There's another font which is unlockable as a mastery reward, but that is it. There is a total of 2 options at the moment, but it would be nice to have more.
I don't think your box is big enough.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
I thought the same thing at the time.
But then presumably you could just go back to the box layer and resize it.
Yeah, absolutely. Should I need to. But you can actually fit more in it than you'd think.
Okay, well, you got away with that.
Yeah, so what I've done here is obviously, that is imperfect. So I started adjusting it then, because like you said, it was a bit big for the box. So I've grouped together all the words and made them smaller. And then I felt like some of them were still too close together. So I ungrouped them, moved them along. And the same with the word rail. So now it looks much better, and then I've grouped it all together again because it's slightly too much to the right, and then just moved it along. So for this one, I've been very particular. I've spent quite a lot of time on the smaller details. But yeah, I often spend I could spend hours like perfecting the way something looks.
Well, yeah, and presumably the more time you spend on something, the better the result's going to be.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So if you were to do a bang-up job on this livery that we're seeing here, you probably would have spent 3 hours instead of 1.
Yes, definitely. Now, I'm creating the box at the top, which says Dovetail Games, and it had quite interesting curves on the actual box. The livery editor, you have so many different shapes that you can use to try and create what you want. You just have to use your imagination a little bit. So what I've done here is sort of used the cone shape just to create that initial curve.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is duplicate it, but with the same color background that the train is currently in. So, you know, that purpley blue.
Yeah.
And it gives it the perfect effect I'm after. You'll see, and then just like that, it suddenly looks like the box is curved. And it's little things like that where you use the shapes to create what you want. If you don't have the shape you're looking for, that is. So again, I like to be particular, and I saw...
That's pretty effective.
Yes, and I saw that the one on the left was slightly more symmetrical than the one on the right, so I just went back and adjusted it slightly.
Well, what you could have done, I saw the button earlier on, is taken the layer and just mirrored it.
Yeah, could have mirrored it. I do use the mirroring a little bit later on, but I'm not overly confident with the mirroring because I've made too many mistakes with it in the past.
Nah, it's easy. If you mirror it and you get it wrong, just mirror it back the other way again. No one's judging, unless, of course, you put it on the internet in video format for everybody to watch and comment on at the same time, in which case they probably are judging. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, welcome. I don't doubt that the community will have perhaps better techniques than I do. They'll have better tips than I do. This is very much what works for me, and this is how I like to create something.
But then it just comes down to practice, right? So,
yes.
You know, the more you do, the better you'll get.
Yeah, and I'll be giving this gives everybody the foundations you need to create something basic. But if you're creating something yourself, you're going to create your own technique. You're going to have your own preferences. This is just very much here's how to use the tool.
Yeah.
Like, do you feel like you could use it and understand it at the moment?
Oh yeah. Oh, easy peasy. Whether I could make anything that looked any good, that's an entirely different matter. But in terms of the tool itself, there doesn't seem to be anything that's radical in there, especially if you've used similar tools in other games.
Yeah.
You just have to get used to the layout and the nuances of this tool versus others.
Absolutely. One of the things that actually took me the longest to get used to was the speed in which the decals move, you know, like the text and stuff, and getting everything to move. I would often move things too quickly and then get it out of shape. The control button is amazingly useful for me. So as you can see there, I was grouping everything together, and midway through grouping, I noticed that something else had been grouped halfway down. So you have to ungroup something. You can't group a group.
You can't group a group.
You can't group a group, which I wish you could. So you have to make sure that nothing is grouped and then stick it together. So what I've got there now is that whole Festival of Rail logo, and it's all just one part.
You appear to have a blue smudge next to the F in of.
Where are we looking? Yeah, there's a bit of a blue smudge on the silvery bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could have removed that, but if you actually look at the actual design, they've also got like smudges on the sides.
Well,
So
in
now,
which case, my critique there is of the original design then.
okay then. Now, I'm trying to create the train tracks,
Yeah.
and
This is where you want to mirror it,
yes,
because
this
you'll
is
have the
where I
angle
mirror it.
exactly right.
But as you can see, what I just did there was put two perfectly, I put same sized lines right next to each other, which isn't how you draw train tracks, because obviously you go from the chunky end of the line down to a thin end. And it took me a moment to realize why it wouldn't work. And then suddenly it clicked. So what I was looking for here is a different shape I could use to create the going from the large to the small. So this is what I did. I adjusted the cone shape and then copied it.
And then you're eyeballing it again rather than mirroring.
I am.
You're making life more difficult for yourself.
Oh, I do that. I find I'm like I said, I'm not the absolute best at using it, and there are definitely areas where I could save myself time. So I was gonna use the square to put the wooden planks in, but it felt too sharp.
The wooden planks.
Yeah. What did they have a technical
the
name?
wooden plank. You work on Train Simulator and you're referring to them as wooden planks.
Oh, don't. What are they called?
Well, sleepers
Oh,
is a traditional way to refer to them. You've then got a combination of sleepers and ties. I think people will possibly forgive you, but at the same time, come on, get the lingo.
Okay, forgive me this once. So the tracks really start to come together here. So what I did is just made them ever so slightly larger for each one.
Yeah.
And all I'm doing is copying it and moving it down. As you can see, like I said, sometimes I move it all too quickly, or I'll push the wrong button, I'll push shift instead of the control, and everything will just go shooting across the screen.
Sure. Is there no way you can set the fine control version so as though you're holding control down to be the default?
I think you can probably edit. Actually, I don't know. I don't think you can. I don't think it's set. It's not like it's a keybind. So I was really happy with how that ended up looking.
It's all right. Some of your spacing's a bit wonky, but I'll allow it.
Yeah.
You're in a hurry.
And then I thought, let's try and make it look more realistic, more weathered. So I tried using a lot of varying shapes on it to make it look like actual wood. And you'll see here, I try quite a few different weathering effects until I get to the one I actually like. These are actually the effects that I have unlocked through Mastery, which they're my favorites. These ones I'm using now.
Okay. See, I think multi-layers of transparency would probably work quite well.
Yeah.
I mean, for those who do any kind of miniature painting,
Yep.
you know, whether that's planes or soldiers or whatever, there are a ton of painting guides out there when it comes to layering colors to achieve an effective weathered look.
Yeah. Now, as you can see, I found the effect I was looking for.
Yeah.
So I removed those initial ones, and then I've just started reproducing it on all of the others. And I thought it came out with like a really nice effect.
Yeah, it looks fine. It looks good.
So obviously I'm going to group it all together.
You've now used up the best part of a third of your layers.
Yeah. And I'm going to copy it. So you can see where I was going with that.
No, I can't.
No, I was trying to. Well, there you go. By shearing it the way I've done now, it obviously makes it look like it's coming out of to the left, and then it's just a case of moving it around so it works. And then I will copy it again, and there you go. I used the mirroring ability.
Hooray!
Finally. So initially, I put them all really spread out, but then I took a closer look at the original design and just put them a bit closer together. I would love to say that I've recreated the actual logos on this, but not a chance I was going to be capable of doing that. So now I think I start to create the fireworks, but I couldn't decide how to make them because I was looking through all of the different shapes to see what would best show off an explosion. Obviously, at the start, I recognized that the ones I wanted for stars wouldn't work because they look more like snow than anything else. And the actual star shapes, in my opinion, wouldn't have made a good firework. So I went for the shape I unlocked during the Christmas event, and just adjusted it so it would start to look like an explosion.
If you say so, it looks like a bendy line to me.
It does. You have to creative vision, Sam. Creative vision.
Well, it's your creation, so I don't share your vision. I remain to be convinced.
Okay. You'll see. Now, the one thing I did learn from this is obviously I wasn't creating just the one firework. I was going to be creating more than one, which is great. But I really wished I'd changed the colours. Or made it easier to change the colours. I'm not sure how I could have done it. Because there is a large portion where basically all I do is change the colour of everything. Now, have you ever like tried drawing a firework or something?
It's not something that I've done recently, no.
It was really like hard for me to try and think how to do it. And I didn't want to spend loads and loads and loads of time just like creating the same shape. So I've, again, used the grouping here to start making it look like a firework. You'll see.
I'd go to the old Google Images and try and find a source image to copy.
That was the type of thing I did. I looked at lots of different drawings of fireworks,
Right.
and different digital art of fireworks to see what the sort of common theme was.
Yeah.
And it does quickly start to come together.
Oh yeah, that looks pretty good.
So then I wanted to make it a bit less uniform. The one thing I did not figure out how to do was create a sort of, you know how when a firework goes into the sky, you have sort of that trail of sparks.
Yeah.
I could not figure out how to get that to work. I tried it in a design before this one, and I just could not get it to work the way I wanted.
Small. I would suggest maybe take one of your bendy lines that you've got now, and make that super long, so that you've got a consistent path that the firework would have followed.
Yeah.
And then grab tiny little stars and specks and things, and sprinkle them along the path, and then
Yeah.
go and delete the path.
That would work, but that would eat up a lot of layers.
It really would.
So many. So there you go. There's my firework.
Ah, that's cool. I think actually you had it closer when you did the center point a little bit larger.
Yeah, I could make it larger.
But no, I mean, it's obvious what it's trying to be.
Yes. And then so obviously I moved it to be behind the design. But this is where I really eat through my layers now, because obviously I'm creating quite a lot of them, and it's roughly 40 layers per firework.
40 per firework.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's not insignificant.
No. And then, like I said, so I've got 4 identical fireworks here, and changing the color of them is a pain.
Oh dear.
If there is a better way,
even if you could just use like a saturated a hue slider, so that it would move the hue of all the layers by however much you slid it, that would have done the same effect.
But unfortunately, that is not a thing, so I had to change literally every
Oh,
single
no.
colour. And I was hoping, see, this is where I was grouping it. So I grouped 2 bits together just to see if you could change the colour, and you cannot. So
Well, nothing ever worth achieving was achieved easily.
isn't that the truth? I mean, I think I end up with 6 fireworks, and I would have done the different colours for all 6. But I think I changed the colours of 4, and I'm like, nope, that's it. We're gonna copy some of them. So yeah, this part is very much just me changing the colours of everything, and this is why I'm glad we sped it up. And then
The effect is worth it though.
oh yeah, absolutely. I thought the way it finally looked was excellent. And like if you're playing it casually, and you know you've got the time to invest in it, then it's absolutely worth it. If you're trying to do it in a specified amount of time, it becomes a lot more frustrating to have to change all of these individual colors.
I bet.
But yeah, if you're just playing it and you know you just enjoy creating all these designs, it's a great way to spend your time.
So once you've finished your design, I mean, I imagine you're going to show this, aren't you? And, once you finish the design, how do you get it in the game?
So, to get it into the game, this is going to go on Creators Club.
Right.
So, we will obviously be demonstrating that in the next segment. But we will upload it to Creators Club, and at that point, anybody who's using it can download it and access it as a livery option when they're playing.
No, that was the question. Was how do I get it to actually attach as my own livery when I'm driving?
Yeah, so when you go to select a service, you can choose which loco you're driving, can't you? And at the bottom, there's a little pink square that shows you the different livery options available for that specific loco.
Right.
If you've created a personalized livery, that little pink square will turn up and then you can click on it. The other thing that happens when you create your own liveries, like we noticed during the 4-up, is that they can sometimes substitute in as well.
Yep.
Now, one thing I noticed here while changing the blue colours is that you can see now, because of the way it's been placed, the little, the way I've adjusted the corner of the Dovetail Games title. Can you see the little cone shape? So I will move the fireworks so that it remains.
That's just layer ordering, right? So
it's
you
layer
just
ordering.
Make sure you've got your layer in the right place so that it overlaps correctly.
Yeah, but if I put it behind, it wouldn't have worked properly because then you'd have the fireworks going over the top of it. You can mess around with all the layer ordering until it works, but I just moved it around, the actual firework around, because it was a quicker way of sorting that problem. There you go. You see. Resolved.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's relatively straightforward solution.
Yeah. And then I moved it anyway because I knew I wanted to create more. So, this is the last one I changed the colours of, by the way.
Well, okay. I mean, I was enjoying it. I would quite happily spend the rest of the day watching you gradually shifting the colours of many different streams of colour.
I'm detecting a hint of sarcasm there, Sam.
Ever so slightly, yes. My apologies.
But yeah, you can see why it's certainly a time-consuming process.
Yeah, but the end effect is actually pretty effective.
Yeah, no, I was actually really pleased with it. Sometimes I'll create them, some, and I'll be like, oh, I'm never using that because I really don't like it. This one actually turned out a lot better than I'd hoped, and the effect is actually quite good. But have you seen the creations some of the community make?
I have, and some of that's pretty flipping impressive.
They're like works of art, and how they create them with 300 layers, I have absolutely no idea.
By using bigger bits,
Yeah.
but overlaying them in such a way that it makes it look like it's lots of bits.
Yeah.
Would be a recommendation.
Oh, and as you can see at some point, earlier there, I did actually remove the snow effect as well because I wasn't.
Yeah, I blinked and I missed it. But,
yeah, I just deleted it all because I wasn't happy with it. So yes, I will ask that after this is complete, you compare it to the original, just so you can see what I was trying to do.
We're working in the magic of video. Surely we could overlay such things.
I'm sure I could. And now I'm just being picky.
Well, no, that's good. I clocked it. I wasn't going to say anything, but I noticed before that it wasn't perfectly centered, which is okay. That's come out quite nicely.
It has. So always save it. I've almost deleted my creations a few times because I haven't saved them. But that is the final result. And then I haven't put it on the other side because obviously I've got text there and mirroring and projecting it would make it come out funky. But yeah, that is the final, the finished product.
Nice.
And I used 292 layers. So that's actually quite a lot for what's on there.
Well, yeah, but each one of those individual kind of fireworks streams is one layer on itself, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is obvious. This is the finished product, and this hopefully will show us what I was trying to create. So that was the original.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not bad, right?
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
And that's the finished product. So I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining me for that, Sam.
Welcome. No, interesting.
It's definitely interesting. It's not necessarily the most exciting, but I hope you learnt a little bit as well.
I don't know, when it comes to recreating liveries that maybe we don't have in the game, or demonstrating your fandom for one thing or another by painting it down the side of the BR Class 20. There you go. Yep. That would be my recommendation.
Now,
Super.
I know I've created something completely fictional, and some people like to create more realistic ones. It's entirely up to you how you use this tool.
Well, that's great. Thank you for the demo.
So yeah, next we'll be showing the Creators Club, and this particular livery will actually be getting uploaded to Creators Club.
Lucky Creators Club.
Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Cheerio.
So I hope everybody enjoyed that. We are going to be joined by Matt shortly, where we're going to be talking Creators Club, and we'll give you a bit of a first look of what Creators Club has to offer. So we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. See you all soon. welcome back everybody, and we're joined by Matt. Hi Matt.
Hello.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm very good. I've just realised my green screen's not down, so yeah, well, welcome to the garage, folks.
So did you watch the Livery Designer stream?
I did.
What did you think? Yeah,
I'm always impressed with it because basically my liveries that I make in the Livery Designer are basically a base colour of a fairly predictable variety and a white stripe, and this is the complexity I get to. So sitting watching you for a bit there doing that Festival of Royale livery, because I've seen the output, I've seen the train, but I've not seen how you made it. So that was awesome.
I mean, I wonder what your favourite base colour is.
I don't know. It's sort of a mix of red and white.
So we're going to be talking Creators Club tonight, and we're going to hopefully be showing off a little bit of what Creators Club has to offer, right?
Yes. So we were actually aiming to have a video here and show the game. We can't show it live just because of lots of complex technical things, but we were trying to do a video of it all working, technology has conspired, and we decided to abandon that idea for tonight's stream, and we will do it another time as soon as possible. So what we've got in the meantime is a ton of screenshots. So I can basically walk you through what we were going to show you live, and we can sort of introduce you to what Creators Club looks like, and talk you through how it works and what we've been doing. And you can see the live version of it working in a future stream.
Now, obviously, I mentioned Creators Club as part of the Livery Designer 101, but that's not all. It's not all to do with Livery Designer with Creators Club. Could you, for anybody that's watching this stream for the first time and they don't know anything about Creators Club, could you just give us a brief overview of what it is, what it'll include, and how are the players going to get access to it? Is it something that's paid for? Is it something that is part of the core?
So when it launches, Creators Club will be a free update for everybody as part of the core game. New button will appear on the menu. We'll come to that in a minute, and then you'll be able to use it to share your scenarios that you've made in Scenario Planner, and share your liveries that you've made in Livery Designer, and also find what other people have done, download it, and play it for yourself. So it's really exciting and this is cross-platform as well. More importantly, this is so you'll be able to, if someone has uploaded something on their PC, someone can download it on their PS4 or their Xbox One, their Series X, whatever, or any combination of the above. Mm-hmm. It's super exciting. We get modding on the console essentially for the first time, This is sort of like the first step in the idea of creating this sharing space for user created content, I'm really excited to see how it goes.
I know that the cross-platform capabilities is something that I think the console users particularly are going to look forward to. It's going to be great for everybody to be able to share like the liveries and the scenarios, and that's just it. We were, I don't know if you remember, but during the most recent forum, we were actually talking about how excited we are to play some of the community-created scenarios and to create a sort of yellow jersey for winning 4-up challenges.
I think the being able to take some of the user-created scenarios and liveries and bring them into things like the 4-up challenge is just brilliant. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of challenges players create and thrust upon us.
Yeah, we were talking about the many red signals that could get added into player created scenarios.
We throw in an extra thing like no HUD and only using the mouse to operate controls, and then we make that a JD and a Mike stream, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not going to go anywhere near that unless you want to watch me spad.
Be brilliant. It'll be brilliant. So yeah, it opens up a world of opportunity. We're also going to look and see what we can do with the streams in terms of showcasing some of the favourite things that we've found. Mike just spoke on the chat there. So it's going to be interesting to see, how we can take this. This is a step one in a journey, but it's a really important step. It creates the foundation for it, and we want to see what the feedback is on that, and then also explore how we will use it, how you'll use it, and just work out the right next step.
Absolutely. Now, before we go into the screenshots and showing them off, first I'd like to say to anybody in the chat, if you've got some questions about Creators Club, please feel free to ask them and we'll do our best to answer them. But Matt, in terms of development, how far into development are we now, and how's it coming along? Have you had any challenges along the way?
Oh, there have been the usual types of dev challenge of just the robustness and making sure it's all reliable. I know that the Dovetail Live team have been looking into the login authentication problems that a bunch of people have been having, and they've got to the bottom of that. So I don't know where they're at in terms of the fix, but they understand the problem, and it's they're looking at getting a fix done for that. So I'll try and get an update for you on where that is in the next time we talk about Creators Club. I think one of the things that they've been looking at recently is kind of having now got to the point where the system is basically robust, basically functioning, is now put 10,000 mods on there. Now put 100,000 mods on there. How fast is it? How bad? What problems do we get? Now make 100,000 people access this thing at once. Okay, how bad does that get? And start actually load testing. This is another round of, and it's just done by throwing a load of random. Take one mod and just copy paste it up there essentially, and then use that to just explore how the performance of the whole thing is going to perform. So they're kind of underway with that stuff at the moment, and that'll go on for a little bit. But functionally, it's all working, which is what we were hoping to demo tonight. Was the functionality end to end, all working.
Have you come across any limitations? This is often something that I believe PlayStation 5 users are concerned with these days, because sometimes we get hit with limitations even that we're not expecting. How's that been going? Are there gonna be any limits on how much people can download? Is it going to affect the console's ability to perform?
So when a downloaded livery, as I recall at the moment, a downloaded livery sits in the same space as the ones that you've made yourself, so it's subject to the same limitations, and the same in the downloaded scenarios fit into the same place as well. So if you've got tons and tons of liveries, you may need to reorganize things around to make up some space for downloads. But this is something that, again, we're going to look and see what the right approach is for this as we move forward. It's not how we're necessarily going to leave it, and this is where we want your feedback. Essentially, once you've got the system and you play it, it's relatively straightforward for us to start moving things around, but we need to be really careful with how much storage the system uses. PC, I don't think it's quite different, because you've obviously got a hard drive and it just knows how much free hard drive space you've got. Consoles, we actually have a limited allowance that the platform gives us. We can't just fill the hard drive up. So we're working with to that, but I don't anticipate anyone having any problems at the start. But as the system gets more popular and everyone has got those 5,000 liveries they absolutely must have on their system, then
5,000, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Then it'll be, we'll need to work out how we extend and adjust things as we go. But there are options open for that. Will there be anything we don't understand? We don't expect.
Well, you can't know that yet.
Particularly PlayStation 5 has thrown a number of curveballs in our direction, as you said. I have no idea. They're the things that we are trying to sort of test for and see where we get to. But there's always the possibility that there's a curveball that we aren't experiencing, because obviously, as I've mentioned previously, we're unable to have console beta testers. Because of the way the various platforms work, we haven't found a way, talking with the platform owners, how to actually do that, because we're a shipped game. So I still want to try and fix that, because that's just always, I don't like that at all. But we managed to get some beta testers in who are console players, and so they're playing with it on their PC, and so they kind of got the sort of the console owner mindset, but that means that they're not able to test it within the relative constraints that the platform itself might offer. So it's an imperfect solution, but it's a step in the right direction.
Now, you mentioned the beta testers. How useful have they been so far in offering feedback and helping you to improve Creators Club?
Oh, fantastic. Well, as always, to be honest, the beta team are an invaluable bunch of very knowledgeable people. And we invited a bunch of additional people specifically to come on board and look at the livery design, or sorry, the sharing tools, particularly the Creators Club. And they've been doing just that. They've been, in some of the screenshots, you'll see some of the test work they've been uploading. Yeah, there's a lot of different things been shared. There's been a lot of feedback about the system. They've been helping us with trying to reproduce various issues. It's been brilliant, yeah, it wouldn't be here without where it is without them.
Right. So, shall we stop talking and should we show some pictures?
Yes.
Absolutely. So let's go into the presentation. And hopefully you can see...
I've even got Nat doing PowerPoints now, folks.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, hopefully it'll behave. It might not. Hold on, I actually need to click on the correct scene. That would help. Yeah. All right, here we go. So, we have the first image.
Right, so this is the main boot screen. And in it's what they call the route selection screen. In the top right corner, this has always been the case, but just a reminder, because Creators Club is dependent on Dovetail Live and being logged into Dovetail Live, do make sure you have the green man in the top right corner, because that tells you that you are logged in and connected to Dovetail Live. Okay, anything not anything that's amiss there, get that fixed and get logged into Dovetail Live, and then everything should work fine. But you'll notice it's been a bit of a change around on the bottom here with the icons have moved around, and we've got the new Creators Club beta icon on the button on the left hand side there.
Can we quickly focus on Dovetail Live for a minute there? Dovetail Live hasn't always been the most reliable tool, and I think often the players can get frustrated because it doesn't behave the way we'd like. What's been done to improve this? Because obviously, if Creators Club is very reliant on using Dovetail Live, have we made improvements to the way it works?
Well, there's two facets to that I mentioned. One of them is the authentication problem, which has been at the root of a number of issues where it would just silently forget that you were logged in, and then things would just stop working because you're not logged in anymore. But there was no indication of that to the player or anything. So it was just literally as simple as you're not logged in anymore. But it's something that wasn't aware of, or the player wasn't aware of, or anything. So and there was no reason for it to not be logged in anymore. It was just a bug. But they've now figured out what that is. And like I said, so there's a solution in progress for that. I will let you know or update everybody once I know more about that solution going in and going live, which should resolve a lot of the underlying issues with the experience of using the system, one of which is obviously having to log in all the time, which is incredibly frustrating. But it also then causes other problems. Even while you're logged in, things suddenly stop working. So that should resolve that. The other thing is just generally from one of the things that the team have been really keen to do is the load testing, the robustness testing, and show and just prove that the system is going to be reliable.
Yes.
Beyond day one.
Yeah, because obviously it's going to generate a lot of traffic, and it needs to be able to handle that.
Yes, absolutely. So we're starting the load testing at the moment. They've done some initial load testing and already found some learnings, shall we say, about areas, and some areas which were suddenly taking up to 3 minutes to respond in one of the UIs, and they've now got that down to 10 seconds as a worst case, and they're still working to improve that again. But this is a round of improvements where they're now looking at hitting the system harder, and that will allow them to work out where the bottlenecks are and eliminate them.
Are we ready for the next image?
Let's go for the next image.
All right.
So when you click on the Creators Club, you go into the Creators Club. So in the top right corner there, it's got your Dovetail Live ID. when the first time you log into Creators Club, if you've not assigned a name, a Dovetail Live name, it will just take you through that process of sorting that out and getting that created. Next to that, you can see how much hard drive space there was available, and then there's three shelves below that: featured items, which are items that will be manually called out by us.
Yep.
Periodically, we'll call out some of the favourite things that we've seen, and there's a bunch of items that can be selected up there. So that should be a great place to go to get some stuff that is awesome. Then most popular is based on the number of downloads.
Oh, that's going to be great.
So you can see just exactly what everybody is playing with. And what they're downloading, and then most recent is just literally what the new stuff that's coming up is, and what the most recent uploads are. So that's sort of like your initial dashboard on what's come up there. The buttons along the left hand side will give you. So if you click the next slide,
yeah,
that goes to the liveries button, and the liveries button will focus entirely on liveries. So again, most popular and most recent of the liveries that have been uploaded. You can see some of the recent IC Intercity work that people have been uploading from the beta team, and trying various things out. So there's some really cool stuff that people have been uploading. And no, the pink Turbo 4 is not mine. That was actually built by the assistant producer, who also likes pink a lot. Probably more than I do, to be fair, which is fine, fair enough. That's great.
Chief Functions asked, "Can I change my Dovetail Live name without losing progress?" So obviously, when people are logging in, if they don't have a name assigned to them, how's that going to work?
That's something that I don't know.
Okay.
So let's get some of these questions together, and then what I can do is, what I really want to do is get Charles on one of these streams.
I'm sure we can harangue him into one of them.
So Charles is the leader for Dovetail Live, and any questions that we all have that we want to ask about Dovetail Live and so forth. And plus, also Charles is just really great to talk to. He's a really top bloke.
Actually, some people might recognise Charles, as he is part of the Discord group.
Yes. Absolutely. So we want to try and I think we should see if we can convince Charles to come on one of these streams. And but either way, let's get some Dovetail Live questions together, and we'll talk about that. The other thing is, I should just clarify, we're looking at in-game UI here. There is a web UI as well, which probably doesn't look a million miles away from this, but we're focusing entirely on the in-game UI here.
Mm-hmm. I've seen some questions with regards to licensing. We'll go in a bit more depth about that in a moment. Should we carry on with explaining the Creators Club, how it looks, and then we'll get to answering some questions. So on.
Yeah.
To the
so
next
another
slide.
one. Well, before we do that, one clarification that people are asking about, the fact that these have got logos. Remember, this is a test database as well, so people have uploaded all kinds of stuff. There's on the current database, there's stuff with swear words in it and all sorts of things, because we've been testing filters and so forth. So ignore everything that you see on here in terms of other than the fact that it's been used to build this database. So what we'll do is we'll wipe this and we'll put get all the content creators to upload their best work ready for the launch. But yes, if you want to move on to the next one.
Subscriptions. I saw someone asking about subscriptions. What does that mean? Because you see the word subscribe, and I think it makes some people nervous.
Yeah, subscribe in this case does not mean anything about paying money. The reason it's subscribe in this is a very simple way. It's a way of saying what I want. So rather than downloading a file, you subscribe to a file, and the terminology is there because if the creator updates that file, then you will automatically get it updated on your site. So you are subscribing for updates on that file.
So let's say I make regular liveries and I upload them myself. Does that mean that someone could subscribe to me?
No, we don't have per user subscriptions at the moment. We've just got a subscription to a particular file. Right. So if you upload your Festival of Rail livery that you just did, and at a later date you update it, and you've worked out a more efficient way of doing it to where you can put the livery on the other side.
Gotcha.
When you update it, everybody's train will get updated immediately.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, so you don't have to re-download it or uninstall and reinstall it or anything. The train, if you resubmit the file to the system, then it will auto download. One of the neat things actually as well with the way that the updating, so from the creator's side of things, is so when you've uploaded a file, if you go and edit that file inside the UI, you can even pick a completely different livery. So if you start again on the Festive Rail livery and you create one that you think, actually, yeah, this is a better way of doing it, but I had to start again, then you can just update that and it will update everybody's existing version. So it's not like you're stuck with it being the file specifically that you created. You can even change the file, which
excellent.
is really neat. So this is subscriptions. This is a list of everything that you have clicked sub on. It's an easy way also to then click on them, and you can unsubscribe from them and so forth as well. So the next slide is what happens when
the content details.
You've gone one too far.
I've gone one too far. Oh dear.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Oh no, I keep going the wrong way. Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Giving it all away. Spoilers.
I know. I'm not going to be... I don't know how to go back. Oh, there we go. There we go. Have I still gone one too far?
There we go. Yeah, here we go. I
that
can
the right
see it.
one?
I'm sorry, I'm on a delay. So when you click on an item to view it, you can see a few key important things here. There's some screenshots that have been uploaded with the item. There's the content overview, which is the description, where the author has told you what they wanted to know about that. And then you've got the username that uploaded it, tags that have been assigned, and then on the top right you've got the subscribe to download button.
Yes.
So and you click that, and then it will auto download, install it, and you don't have to restart the game or anything, and it's almost instant, to be honest, in terms of getting stuff working like that. So there's another example of a livery is next. So this is a scenario.
Before we go on to the next one, can we just answer a couple of questions? So obviously in the earlier slides you mentioned how people can edit an already existing livery. And this is, I can understand where this train of thought has come from, pun not intended. What happens if someone's made a livery that you like and you download and then they edit it and it is actually offensive?
Then go straight to your Creators Club, and if you look at the bottom of the screen there is a report button.
Yep.
That report button flags the file for moderation, and then a moderator will review it and potentially ban the file.
Yep. So there you go.
And if a file is banned through moderation, it is uninstalled from everyone's system.
Now, moderation is actually something that we are already looking into because obviously we don't want people to be uploading anything that's offensive. The exact process for how the moderating is going to be implemented is very much a work in progress.
Still being finalised at the moment. There's a lot of detail because what we don't want to do is trying to tell you what's good and what's not good.
Yeah.
What we do want to do is make sure that it's a safe, fun environment.
Just assume that the rules for creating liveries would fall under the rules that you currently abide by when you use the forums.
Mm-hmm.
So, on to the next one.
Yeah. So the next one is an example of a livery. There's not much else to talk about on this one except doesn't the ACS 64 look pretty in blue and blue grey livery? But so this is just another livery, a livery. You can also see in the content overview on this one, I haven't scrolled up, so you can see the date it was uploaded, how many people have downloaded it, how big the file is. So you can see, these are quite substantial files at 4.3K. I don't mean that sillily. 4.3K is barely anything. And then one more. Just as an example of on the next one, what it looks like when you've subscribed to a file.
Oh yeah.
So this one you'll see it turns green. It's a major change to the UI. It happens basically instantly. I
really like that livery.
Kat did an amazing job on that livery. That's a full 300 layers, it's when you look at it up close, it's really stunning. Just having a look. So you mentioned storage space. Does this include internal, external hard drives? It'll be whatever drive liveries get installed to. So wherever your documents folder is, whatever drive that is on, because that's the thing will be added to by clicking on the download or subscribe button in this case. Right. Okay. So if you now go to the next slide,
Yes.
this one is the My Mods screen. So this is
Yep.
where you will upload something. So I've not got anything uploaded in this example. So what you do is you click the big gold plus button there to do what? To do an upload. So if you go on to the next slide, having clicked upload on, in this case, a livery.
Yep.
What happens now is it gives you a list of all of the liveries that you've got.
Are they all
so that
mine?
you can... No, they're all mine.
Oh,
With the exception of obviously your Festival of Rail one.
Yeah. What about the festive one though?
I don't know what that is.
Continue.
Oh, yes. Sorry, these are all yours because this was your file, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that's what made me think of they all mine.
Yeah, that's all yours because there's all the file that you gave me. Yes, so this is all of your liveries. So this gives you a list of all the files that you can upload, basically you'll pick the one you want to upload by clicking on it, and then it'll take you to the next screen.
We're on the next screen.
Where the next screen is the detail screen. So at this point, you would enter the name and various bits and pieces into there.
Tags. So is this where if someone was looking for a specific type of livery, they could look up a tag and it would show them?
So if you go to the next screen.
Oh, sorry, am I asking questions too soon? Oh, there it is.
So when you click to update the tags, basically we have defined a bunch of tags. It may or may not be this list by the end of the time release, but this is what's in there at the moment. And the idea is you can pick from this list, and this is designed to just make it a bit more, a bit less freeform, because there is the freeform fields like the name and the description, but by putting it down to tags, it means that people can find specific things to whether it's a switching, if it's a switching logo, for just look for the switching tag, for example. So
will we open to expanding this list of tags depending on feedback?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we already went through internally around. I think we've had feedback from the beta forum as well, but we're always open to listen. What I don't want to do, however, is make this 6,000 tags long because then it stops becoming useful. So you need to, work
Within
out what
reason.
the appropriate concise section of selection of tags is, so that people can be easy, make it easy to find these things out. So if you pop onto the next screen.
Yes, but before we do, there are currently there's some rampant speculation about the different countries on the list of tags, and people would like to know, what does this mean?
It means nothing at all, except that when we look at the liveries that people are creating and the feedback we've had in various surveys, things like Poland and the Netherlands, I think we went for like the top 10 countries that were in the survey.
Yep.
Feeling that if everyone wants trains in those countries, they probably want to make liveries in those countries. So let's put them in as tags rather than just being UK, USA, Germany, other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we put in the some other countries in there to sort of help support. There are no hints in here about future DLC.
Thank you for clearing that up.
What we're trying to do is make it a bit easier for searching things and trying to predict the kinds of things that you will create.
Yeah. And on to the next slide.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, a pink livery.
That's a pink livery with a white stripe on it. This is me dialing it up to 11, yeah? So when you, a little while, I think, was it TSW2 or before, we added the ability for you to take screenshots and upload them directly to Dovetail Live.
That will have been before TSW2. Yeah,
I think it was. So that was done using Control F10 on the keyboard. I can't remember what the controller keys are at this point. So we're going to use those screenshots here.
Yep.
So all of the screenshots you've uploaded using that functionality to Dovetail Live are now where you get your screenshots from to upload onto your workshop items.
That's excellent. So if you've got lots of really great pictures of your design, you can upload them straight away.
You take the screenshots using Control F10 and upload, get them all uploaded. That happens automatically. And then when you go into the this upload thing and you click on the screenshots thing, this box will pop up. Pick the one, scroll through the list, find the screenshots that are the ones you want to show. You can have up to 4, and then you press the confirm button, and then you go on to the next page.
My only question here is,
Yes.
what happens if someone has, and this probably isn't an exaggeration. What if they have like 1,000 images?
At the moment, it's just going to be paging through them, because you can't really do like a text search on images or anything like that. And at the moment, I don't think there's enough metadata so that you could filter by routes or locos and things like that. But that's sort of long-term plans. We want to add more metadata to screenshots so that, because it knows what you were driving and what route you were on. So we want to add that kind of stuff, but it's not there right now. So right now, it's just a slog through your images. Now, chances are it's going to be the most recent images you've taken that you use for the loco you've just created.
Yeah.
Right. Or scenario. We talk about loco liveries a lot, but it could be a scenario as well, of course.
Of course. On to the next slide.
So, having set your screenshots, you now sort of can see roughly what it's going to look like. It's got a name, it's got some tags. As you can see, my ST70 is a third-rail electric version of it, obviously, because I clicked random tags. And the screenshots are done, and really the next job to do here is to hit submit. However, you can, if you're sitting there thinking to yourself, you know what, having got this far, what I really want to do is change the screenshots or a couple of those screenshots. You can hit save draft, and what that'll do is it will save it all away and put you back into the rest of the menu without uploading anything.
Oh, nice.
So you don't lose anything that you've done on here. So if you've typed in a big long description, you don't have to do anything funky with that. So you can save draft, and you can come back to that draft, edit it, and then publish it later on. But once you're ready, then you can hit the submit. It should take us onto the next screen.
It does.
Next screen is where you peruse the terms and conditions, which obviously everybody thoroughly reads.
This is where we're going to have a bit of a talk about licensing.
This is where we'll talk about licensing. But the long and the short of it here is read it through, scroll down to the bottom, and once you've scrolled down to the bottom, the accept button lights up and you can press accept, and then you get to the next screen.
Now, obviously it says here what is and isn't permitted. Let's talk licensing, Matt, because I think this has definitely been something on everybody's mind since we first announced Creators Club.
Yeah.
And we've said that we were going to look into trying to allow branding on the Livery Designer.
So the first place that you should all be thinking about from your liveries is, do you own the rights to do what you're trying to do?
Yeah.
Because train liveries are not public domain.
Yep.
They're copyrighted and they're licensed. So if you do not have the rights to do that, you can't do it. And that's what it's talking about here. Logo, brands, or intellectual property do not have permission to use. Now, one of the things that we want to do here is to help out. So we've been talking actively with all of their licenses, introducing the idea of Creators Club and the passion with which everybody wants to create, trains using their brands and logos and so forth. And I'm delighted to say we've made some really good progress.
We have.
The story is not over. Do you want to just list them out, because I haven't got the list handy.
So essentially, like you said, we've been reaching out to licenses, and this is the list of confirmed licenses that we know are currently happy to allow their branding with the Livery Designer. So we have the West Midlands Combined Authority, GTR, Railpool, Union Pacific, Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, NJ Transit, and Deutsche Bahn AG.
So there you go. So those are, and the other thing is, you'll notice that those are not livery licenses that are necessarily even in TSW, and that's because we haven't limited the people we've spoken to just people that are in TSW. We have spoken to everyone that we work with, all of our partners, and so GTR, go via Thameslink Rail, that covers Southern, Great Northern, Thameslink, and something else I can't remember the name of. Gatwick Express, is it? Maybe. So there's a bunch of stuff in there that's included, and that's just as far as we've got so far.
Yes.
And we will be working with continuing to talk to brands, talk to them more. Some of them have got questions, they don't understand it, and we want to explain what people will do. Some of them want to see what happens, and how people use it. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. But that's a fantastic start.
Yes, absolutely.
The brands are very protective of their logos, and what they're basically saying is, they're excited to see what you can do.
Now, obviously, this is where we are at the moment. I do need to stress that if you, the players, ask us directly, can I use this brand, and it is not one of the ones I've just listed, the answer you will get is no.
Yeah. Correct.
But that's if you ask us. The ones that we've just listed, you have complete permission to use. And you mentioned that there might be logos, right?
Well, so one of the things that we haven't talked about yet is that in discussions with some of these operators, some of them actually come back and said, well, wouldn't it be even easier if you could just put our logos in your livery editor directly? Not everybody has said that, but some of them have. And so we're also going to be, working with some of these operators to actually get the logos into the decals as well, which will make using those even easier. So, like I said, it's not everybody. But we will. I don't know when those are going to get in, but we'll try and get those in. And again, we will try and expand that list of people. And in what will happen here is as the system gets launched, gets out, and people use it, and then we can actually go back to some of the other operators and say, look, this is the cool stuff people are making. And they'll be like, oh yeah, we want to be part of that as well. So we want everyone to keep this positive. Also, I want to discourage anybody from going to any operators I've not mentioned, and sending nasty grams and things to operators and saying, why aren't you doing this? This is not the way to solve the problem. The way to do this is to make this a fun place that's really positive. Look at all of the things that can be done and create an environment where we make this. This is the hot tub where everyone's having fun. Come and join us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is some excellent news, and it seems to be going down pretty well. One question I have seen is. Can we get the DTG logo in the Livery Designer as well? I thought it was.
It's not.
But it's not.
I think it can be. One of the things I did talk with the management team here about a while ago is getting all of our brands in, like fishing and Train Sim World logos and so forth, as well as the Dovetail logo. And I think that was all agreed, so we just need to do it.
I'd love that.
We'll see if we can try and get that stuff in there. And someone's talking about things like the BR logos. They're not public. They're managed licenses, there's pretty much nothing that's public unless you can see says that it's public domain. So that you have to assume that it's protected. Excellent.
So on to the next slide. Is there a next slide?
There are many more slides. I made this PowerPoint. Obviously, there are many slides.
What a silly question.
So if we move on to the next slide.
My mods.
So this goes back, and having uploaded it, you can now see in your My Mods that you've got a mod. And you have the ability to edit it. And there's a button down the bottom there that says FAQ, which just will pop up some answers to simple questions about uploading, deleting, moderation, all the rest of it, just so that you can easily refer to that without having to go to a web browser or anything difficult. And then the next slide is what my mod looks like if you just view it as someone browsing.
Yep.
So this is, you can see where the various bits and pieces went there, and why there's no subscribers to my mod. I'm in tears. It's terrible. What's unfortunate is it probably isn't even that pink logo. I have no idea what I clicked for that. It's probably a wagon.
Just watch this become the most subscribed. The most subscribed
I did
livery.
That on Steam Workshop. I did a demo of how to make a simple scenario and upload it to Steam Workshop. And my scenario, I just specifically wanted something that wouldn't be interesting, but I wanted to leave it there as a worked example. And I put like a HST on the Riviera line in the 50s in Train Sim 1. This is, and some other complete nonsense, and I uploaded it. and it's got thousands of downloads. It's thousands of downloads of this thing. It's just, it even says in the description, do not download this. It is a waste of time.
Well, that's why. That's
It's
just
become
like,
memed.
you might as well have just stuck a big red button and gone, don't push it.
Yeah, it's funny, but yes, but no, this file won't make it out to the final release version, so don't worry about that. So one thing that you can do, we talked about, can you subscribe to a person?
Yes.
You'll notice where it says where the Dovetail logo and MAP-P #9102,
Yep.
and then it's got 1 and an up arrow. So first thing is the Dovetail logo and the MAP-P is your local platform ID. So let's say, for example, you are on an Xbox.
Yep.
And you are looking at a file that was uploaded by an Xbox user, that will actually show their Xbox details.
Oh, cool.
And if it's cross-platform, it will show their Dovetail details, essentially. That's one of the requirements, is that on the different platforms, is if you're a PlayStation user looking at a PlayStation user's content, you see PlayStation IDs. Mm-hmm. Same for Xbox, and then everybody else is Dovetail, the Dovetail ID. But you'll see that it's got that 1 on the up arrow. So if you go to the next slide.
Yes.
When you click on that, you get everything that person has uploaded. So in this case, it's a different person because I only had one item.
Naturally.
It's so you're able to then quickly find out, I like the stuff this person is creating, and then you can say, what else have they created?
Right. Are you going, obviously this isn't the same as actually following a specific person, but is that a functionality that you would consider adding? Because I know that, let's say I have a favorite, let's use artist for some of the creations that people create on the Livery Designer, or even the scenarios people create. You know, I know that this person consistently creates scenarios I like. Are we going to be able to eventually follow people's, because you know you're probably going to like that person's designs?
I'd like to be able to do that. I'm not going to promise anything. We've got a long list of things that we want to do, and things that we've identified through playtesting this would be good to do, that would be good to do. So that kind of thing is on the list. It's slightly more complicated because it means that you've subscribed to an author which doesn't specifically do anything, and then when anyone that's uploaded does that, it then has to issue out all of those subscriptions, which then cause downloads. It's actually slightly more complex than it looks like, but it's something that the team would definitely like to do at some point. Yes.
Yep. Would you like me to go to the next slide?
Last one. Yes, this is the last one.
Oh, this is the last one.
Yeah, the actual last slide is 3 pages of blank, so they're not much good. So this is the search facility. So the search facility, as it launches, is relatively basic. It's a free-form text field. You pick whether you're searching for liveries or scenarios. You type some text. That text is searched for in the name, description, tags, and so forth. And then it will then produce the list of items that have matched that, so that you can pull them out and see what there is. It's dead easy to use. It's quite, like I said, it's quite straightforward. But again, it's as we start getting more content on there and getting more feedback from how players are using it, then it's like, how you want to search for things. Where is it not working for you? Are there add-ons you'll think you should be able to find that you can't, and then we can tweak and improve it. There's only so much you can do without actually having a base of content to start looking at. And what we don't want to do is create a system that goes down the wrong path, essentially. We want to go through a system which works. So this is relatively basic on purpose, with the view that let's get some content up there, and then tell us how you want to search.
So in response to you mentioned when someone's on Xbox and they're uploading a livery, Jason's asked, would it show my Xbox gamer tag, which could potentially lead to hundreds of friend requests?
Can you note that as a question for me? And I need to check that with Charles and just double check on the platform certification requirements on that one. We won't have the ability to hide it right now because we know we don't have that, but I need to double check what our options are and what we could do. It's a very valid bit of feedback. Thank you, Jason.
Pegasus has asked, can there be an option to use your mouse wheel to scroll through the next page when selecting a picture for your creation? So because currently it's going like from left to right, isn't it? Could you make it go up and down?
Possibly. At the moment, it's designed to be left and right, but there's no reason why a mouse wheel couldn't make it go left and right as well. So I can take that back to the team and ask them. Yeah. But again, don't expect it for launch at this point. Where we're kind of trying to make it focus on not changing anything and make this robust. But it'll go on to the list of things that I'll definitely. I like the idea of. That's anything that makes it more user friendly.
Yeah.
Is something that we want to hear. It's going out. We are launching this. It says beta version all over it, and that's because we want your feedback.
Yep. Rob T said, "Are there ratings?" So I'm assuming that's on people's liveries and scenarios. There's not ratings, but you do have the option to follow it, which can put them on the front page, right? Not follow it, subscribe to it.
Yeah, so you can subscribe to items that there's no. If you mean like 5-star and so forth, we actually find that creates a very negative environment. One of the bits of feedback we had consistently from people on Steam Workshop with TS1 is they really, really hate it when they get downvotes.
Yeah,
because they can't do anything with that information. And you also find sometimes, and very sadly, you get people going around cyberbullying essentially by downvoting a bunch of stuff. And it's really upsetting, to be honest, when someone's spent a lot of time creating stuff. And so what we've decided to do there is to not do any kind of upvote downvote thing at all, and it's purely based on the moment, and at least for launch, it's purely based on the most popular is the download count.
Yeah. Now we're being asked similarly to. When is the Spirit of Steam coming out? When is this coming out? Can you give us... Obviously, we can't give an exact date, but are we talking days, weeks, or months?
Not too far away.
Not too far away.
Not too far away. Like I said, we're in sort of the final stage of the hard testing now, the robustness testing, and it'll be going for its first certification with the platforms in I want to say small numbers of weeks, very small numbers of weeks. Okay. Once we get the output from that, then we'll know how far we are away. This is a fairly fundamentally, and big feature of as far as a platform certification is concerned, because, it's multi-platform. There's lots of detail in terms of certification opportunities to miss a bullet point somewhere in a certification document, so we need to make sure that there's a lot of complexity. Once we get past the first certification, we will know exactly then how far we are away, and what needs to be done, but we're not too far off that first certification now, so it's good. It's not far away.
And obviously the Creators Club, because it's focused around the Livery Designer and the Scenario Planner, it does bring into question why we removed the scenario, the 2.0 versions of these tools from the roadmap. Can you give us some explanation as to why that was done before Creators Club launches?
Yeah, so we've got some fairly big plans for what we could do. Well, or I say plans, we've got a big spec of all the things we could do in each of them. What we haven't done is narrowed that down to what we will do for each of the Scenario Planner and the Livery Designer. So got lots of options there. But then when we decided to prioritize getting the Creators Club in, there's a lot of resource involved in creating that. There's a whole server infrastructure and so forth. And we wanted to get that in and get people using that, and then find out what people want more, because you may want us to spend more time on Creators Club improvements before doing other things, and then go back and do other things, or actually Creators Club is fine, get on with these other things. So we want to listen to what that feedback is, and then we can plan our time accordingly, and we'll see how we. Meanwhile, we are looking at this list of stuff we want to do, getting estimates in for how long some of the features will take, and working out what we can do when.
Yep. Spyro the Dragons asked, how big will the Creators Club download be? Is that going to be a large download to core?
I've no idea. I mean, on some platforms, it may be a complete re-download of the core. I don't know, but I honestly have no idea what the download size will be. It is a core. I think Hentis was asking if it'd be core or a DLC. This is a core update, so this will update your core game. So yeah, I'm not expecting it for the most part to be a big update, to be perfectly honest. But I think some platforms do require a full re-download, in which case that'll just be a re-download of the core game.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for talking about that, Matt. Is there anything else you'd like to touch on with regards to Creators Club?
Um, I guess I'm just really looking forward to seeing what people do with it.
Yeah.
And I just want to restate that this is going out as a beta, and we want it's that way because we want your feedback.
Yeah.
But use the system and tell us where it works well for you. Tell us where it's not working well and where you can see you like to see changes, improvements. We'll be listening.
I know that we're certainly looking forward to getting involved with the community and asking you to create some things for us that we can show off in our streams, perhaps. So definitely looking forward to it.
Yes, definitely. It's I think the idea, whoever suggested the 4-up, the 4-up was that was a genius. That is brilliant. That's got to be one of the biggest things to come out of this.
I predict lots of laughing. Now, we're about to play Dresden. You're going to be joining me, aren't you, Matt?
I am.
Hopefully, it'll go well. I'll be starting that stream in a moment, but we'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then we'll see how I get on. Last time I tried it, I derailed. I know. So we'll be back in just a bit. See you, everyone.
Cheers, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Matt.
Hello.
So, how do you think I'm going to do on Dresden? Oh,
Do I have to answer politely?
You do. You have to be.
You'd be fantastic.
That's yeah. Thank you.
Right. This should be. I mean, either way, I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, it doesn't. The fact that you said the last time we did this you derailed just makes me look forward to it even more.
Well, I'm going to do a scenario in the hopes that it doesn't end dreadfully. But I mean, me and scenarios don't get on very well. I don't know if you saw. Did you see the absolute travesty that was me trying to learn how to drive the 612?
I saw you flying past a station.
Yeah, it was just, and then I reversed into it, and I thought I'll be fine. And then there was a red
And then
signal.
you couldn't get back out again
Yeah.
because of the red light. Yeah,
No, that's correct. So this has got to be better, right? Let's explore scenarios.
Spoiler, folks. It doesn't have to be better.
And I thought we could do this one. Wrong road. Operate a regional express service from Dresden to Riesa while dealing with congestion and maintenance on the line.
Nice.
Sounds like a fun one, yeah?
Yeah. So it's Dresden Riesa you're running tonight, is it? Yeah.
It is Dresden Riesa.
Awesome.
Well, I think we've given Tarandaramp a lot of love lately, and it would be nice to give the other Dresden a bit of love.
Oh yeah. So, what's your favourite train on both the Dresden routes?
I have no idea. Which one was the one that we did with the shunter G6? Is that on? Is that on it?
G6, no, that's on Rhine-Ruhr Osten.
Okay, then I don't know.
The 363 is the shunter that's on.
363. Okay. I quite like the shunters because they're slow, and if I make a mistake, I'm not going so fast that I can't correct it.
No, that's true. The 363 is nice. I must admit, I do like the 363. But no, for me, it's a 612 without a doubt. I just find that so much fun.
I certainly want to learn how to use it because it does look like a lot of fun. But I don't know if it's just because I was trying to stream while driving and it just wasn't happening, or if it's because I just can't drive it. But I definitely want to invest some time in learning it.
It just takes a bit of time because it's slightly different to the way most of the trains are driven because of the weird control system it uses. But once you get the hang of it, it's if anything, the weird control system sort of makes it stand out as being different to what you've driven before. And I always look forward to actually a session on it because it's different to drive. It's like the BR143, the one that's coming there on the left there. It's different to drive, and that just makes it all the more fun.
I think I certainly need to invest some more time in learning to drive the German ones. I don't know why I find them a bit threatening.
It's all in your head.
It might be.
It's all in your head. They're not threatening at all. It's they're lovely to drive.
Okay, let's give it some oomph. Maybe it's all the challenges, the 4-up challenges that have put me off because they're always really tough. Maybe I just need to invest some time and just chill playing.
Just chill.
Yeah.
Learn to love it for the fun of it.
Exactly.
Rather than the than trying to challenge all the time. Just chill and relax and learn to enjoy it.
Yeah, like the chat is saying, Nat, can we have PZB and CIFA, please? Do you want me to be chill? This is how. Actually, I need to watch your tutorial again because since I moved house, I lost my cheat sheet that told me how to use the how to operate the magnets.
Yeah.
So I need to create a new one.
If you look at the manual for main Spessartbahn, you can just print them out from there.
I might do that.
Because I did that. I put some printable pull-out sheets essentially into the manual from SB with all the signal aspects and all of the PZB speed restrictions and so forth on them. So, and I think there are a couple of there's a couple of other manuals that have got it as well. But I'm pretty sure MSB did because I think that was the first one we did it in.
Yeah, I definitely need to give it a look over. I found that The other thing is as well, like, I think we did for a while. We kept on using the magnets, the safety system. So I got quite good at it. Well, not good. I was okay. But we haven't done it in ages. So because we haven't done it in such a long time, I can't for the life of me remember how it all works.
Yes, it is one of those things that I find as well. Just if I haven't driven, because we focus on an American add-on, then a UK add-on. When it comes to German add-on again, I'm like, right, what does the PZB button do again?
Yeah, exactly. Evergreen has put in the chat, Sifa. I acknowledge that, Sifa. Hunter said, I love the German roots, but I have to learn the PZB, LZB. Still haven't learned them.
Oh, you've got to. It's so much more fun. I find the German roots fun anyway, but for me it's the PZB and the way the signalling works are probably some of my favourite aspects to it.
Okay. The brake is not as sensitive as I thought it would be. This is going to be interesting.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, it always ends really well when I overestimate the brake's capabilities. Although that wasn't a terrible stop.
Now the Talent brakes, it's got reasonably fierce acceleration and brake. It's all electric braking until you get under 10 kilometers an hour, I think it is, and then it kicks in a fixed amount of air brake to bring the train suddenly to a stop.
Doesn't it just look really cool? This train looks ace.
It's actually got a nickname based on its look. Who can tell me in the chat what its nickname is?
Yeah, I want to know what the nickname is. Come on, chat.
It's quite a cute nickname. Hamsterback. There you go.
Oh, that is cute.
Because it looks like it's got hamster cheeks.
I like it. Master of Southern said, well done, DTG, for the DBBR 612. Absolutely my favourite German train.
Oh,
Ooh,
well.
What
That's
is everyone's
awesome.
favourite? Has the 612 become your new favourite, Matt?
That's difficult. It's among it's well up there. Put it that way.
Yeah. Ooh, there's
I mean,
a lot of love for the
is
101.
A lot of love for the 101. Quite right.
Yeah.
But the yeah, and as there should be, but I still quite enjoy driving the 423.
Yeah.
The Munich and now the Cologne S-Bahns, because it's quite a responsive train. The brakes aren't that fantastic, but you get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's that kind of train that I like. So the 612, 423, it's the stoppy-starty type things that I like, regardless of what they are. The Talent too is quite fun to drive once you get settled into it.
Maybe we need to do a Matt teaches Nat to drive German trains.
That'd be fun.
Right?
We should do that.
We should. Considering you taught me how to drive the G6 pretty well, so...
I like that G6. It's great. But then I like shunters. They're all great. The 363's got a really interesting control system.
Oh, apparently, yes. There's people like the idea of you teaching me how to drive German trains. You could teach me how to use the safety systems as well, Matt.
Yep. It's a good stop.
It's not a bad stopping.
Nah. I'm sure you promised rain for this scenario.
Well, there might be.
Okay.
You only know about the rain because you know that's what made me derail.
Okay. Okay.
I know how to turn the wipers on now.
It's always a good start.
Well, that certainly helps.
So off we go.
Off we go.
Next station is Radical East.
Have you played this a lot? Dresden.
I mean, Riesa Dresden is probably my favourite German route. I love all of the variety on it, and it ticks every box for me, to be honest, in terms of the busyness of the service, the variety. So it doesn't matter what kind of train I'm interested in driving, I could do it on Riesa Dresden. So it's kind of like I've played a lot of this route, probably more so than many of the others, just because of the versatility and variety on there.
Do you find yourself playing the game a lot in your spare time, provided you had spare time?
I don't so much anymore, just because of the lack of spare time these days. But I do like to play it when I can, and it's one of the reasons I like to sneakily extend the Railfan TV streams by an hour or 6.
And I think it's been noted that when you do that, I'm going to tell you off, and it is just for your own good. It's
Oh no, I know. But yeah, it's good. I do enjoy it. I mean, I play an awful lot. I mean, even in what you notionally refer to as spare time, I'm generally testing upcoming content and playing it, and that's where I'm getting my play time. Is I'm just sitting there and I'm playing upcoming content, and I'm still spending hours and hours and hours playing, but actually it's play testing. And trying to provide feedback for the team, testing in quotes, full on air quote time.
Evergreen said, "Natalie, you really floor it out the station, don't you? Is that not how you're supposed to leave a station?"
It's quite common, to be honest, is to drop the hammer.
Right.
Particularly on stop-start services.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they do it on this route, but the S-Bahn driver that we talked to a lot in the beta forum was saying that when on the 423 on Munich, he'll hit a platform at 60 kilometers an hour.
Oh wow.
And the train can quite happily stop at that rate. And it's a little bit nerve-wracking coming in that fast until you get the hang of it.
Yeah, this route, to be perfectly honest, makes me nervous when I go fast, because I know for a fact that it said specifically there was stop-starting going to be happening, so I'm like...
50 kilometers an hour speed limit.
Oh. We're going to have... Uh-oh.
There was a signal with a 5 there, trying to tell you in advance, but there you go, there's another one.
It's fine. We're going to make it.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Oh, no, we're fine. We're fine.
So this is crossing over from the fast lines onto the slow lines.
Right.
Hence the reduced speed.
Well, I made it down. It's a good job you told me that. I was ready to floor it. Oh, and there's the rain.
Oh, there we go. There's the rain.
There we go. Now I've got my wipers on. I would have just... I'd have just kept on going there, I think, had you not said anything.
You'd have probably carried on going on the wrong track as well.
Probably.
So you can see we're wrong line running here. It's hence the definition of the description of the scenario.
Yeah.
We're on left track here, where we should be right track, but that's intentional because of problems on the right track, I think.
Yes, that's what it said. Well, I hope the passengers put their helmets on for my braking just then.
There you go. Look, see, there's digger zones and stuff over there on that track.
That wasn't a terrible stop.
No, very good. Fly the camera over and have a look at the diggers.
Yeah, okay. Where were they?
On the other track, other platform.
Other platform?
Where you should have been.
There we go.
Work on the track. There you go. That's why you can't come in on that track.
Well, that explains that then.
There you go.
Excellent.
Rain, rain, go away. Will we get animated diggers one day? I hope so.
Oh, that'd be good.
Got no particular plans to share on that, but it is something I'm tasking the team to come up with a way of just getting more life into the route.
Yeah.
And we need to reuse that forklift noise from TS1 that everyone loves as well.
So you want them to animate similarly to like when we showed off the expansion pack and like the people moved, just because it adds that little bit more realism.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. Just if that was a little animated scene there, even if it's just doing the same thing over and over and over again, it would just look so much more alive than it was like everybody's gone for lunch permanently.
Moricom said, has Nat got her L plates on, and is Matt a good driving instructor? Matt is excellent. I think you've saved me from many a spad.
I do my best. You're a good student, so that always helps.
Too kind.
So you want to keep an eye on your signals coming up, because at some point you'll be crossing back onto the correct line, and in fact the signal we passed at the start had the crossover mark on it, so just keep an eye on these signals as they come up, because I imagine you're going to get told to slow down.
Okay.
Probably before Coswig. I don't know where the junction is. An L plate livery.
That is a good idea.
L plate livery for training sessions. Yes.
Yeah. That is an excellent idea.
Someone said with DBAG on the list of approved licenses, does that mean you're allowed to use ICE? The IC would be covered in the same thing. What I'm going to do is, from the legal team, I'll get sort of examples of the brands, because like the West Midlands one isn't a brand in its own right, that's an authority, so I need to know, we need to tell you what that actually means. So we'll try and itemize that out and get some more detail for you.
Okay, currently there are still no signals shouting at me.
No, still good.
Yeah. How about when you see workers by the track, you have to sound your horn and get points? I think that was something we were talking about during the forum, like how good driving. Oh, there we go. I don't know what that said on it though.
That's a crossover indicator. Somewhere above ahead, you're going to be crossing over. I imagine it's going to be related to the 100k into a couple of kilometers. So, but just keep an eye out on that. There you go. Flashing green light is coming up, so you need to be slowing down to 85.
Do I? Okay, I'm slowing down. Ooh, there's a lot of wheel slip.
Come back off the brakes then.
Yeah. Is that because it's wet, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's using wheel slip protection, but it still shows up as wheel slip, even if because it slips and stops it and slips and stops it, and so it still looks like wheel slip is happening. It's just doing its best to stop it. So now you've slowed down. So if you're running on PZB, a flashing green light would have been a acknowledged 1000 hertz, right? So green. Oh, this is an HL signal. I can't remember what that is. Green yellow with a green, I think, means you're okay for 100 kilometers an hour, maybe, but yeah, go to 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah. Okay.
Got 1 kilometer slow down, so you should probably start slowing down. Actually,
we're okay for a minute.
It's up to you. You're driving.
Now I've actually started to slow down.
There we go. This is coming into Coswig. Coswig is where the shortly after Coswig is where the line branches off to Meissen. Although this train will be heading up to Riesa. This is scenario, not service mode, Pegasus. So
I think I misjudged how quickly I'd break there a little bit.
So the level of AI will be it has to be built for all the trains have to be added per scenario. So it's not necessarily going to be the same as you get in service mode. Sometimes that means scenarios work out busier because you can add more condensed focus AI around the area there's going to be. But where you've got, a service mode like the one in Dresden, which dials it up to 11, it's difficult to reproduce that consistently within scenarios.
Wait to load the passengers. Okay.
$20. You can close the doors at any point now, by the way.
Oh,
Once it says wait until, you can close the doors.
I will do that.
Because then you can get out immediately. Save some time. The other little gaming the system trick you can do is if you work out that it takes, say, 6 seconds to close the doors, then you can work out roughly where on the loading bar you can start closing the doors before it's finished.
Oh yeah, no, I tried doing that once. I think we were doing something on Bakerloo, and I got too cocky. And
then it takes longer. You've got to reopen them again and reclose them again.
Exactly. And it bit me.
Vingbola is next.
And I get to do 120. Do you know, I had so much fun driving Southeastern the other day during, in the high speed bit. That's just wicked fun.
Yeah, it is really good. It's fun driving the one of the things I always like. Southeastern High Speed's always been one of my favourites, even back in TS1, because of the variety of traffic. Again, yes, same as with Dresden Riesa, it's about the variety. But one of the things that you get nicely on Southeastern High Speed is that the Javelin does two different types of service essentially.
Yeah.
You're driving from Faversham to Ebbsfleet, you're doing a standard UK stop start, and then once you leave Ebbsfleet upper and you head on to HS1, you're then a high speed train. You're a TGV, for all intents and purposes, and it's a blast via Stratford into Ebbsfleet, into St Pancras, and it's just it's immense fun.
Taste. I will admit, part of the reason I enjoyed it is because I won as well.
Well,
that's always nice.
No, does it?
Considering I've won a total of 2 times, it was quite nice.
That was very nice. Well, it's a good drive.
It was, and then followed by a truly appalling one.
Well, it's showing the two contrasts of the scale there.
Exactly.
It's all for the audience. Yeah, Southeastern High Speed is still a route I enjoy playing, as again it's got some nice variety, particularly with the freight. They've got the freight services around Hoo Junction. You've got the commuter trains. The 465 is always a fun one to drive, and then you've got the Javelin itself, obviously, and the runs it does. So yeah, lots of fun.
Hat trick of wins coming soon. One can hope.
Did the power change procedure change in real life, Londo Spark? It did, yes. So we followed the power change procedure because we have a couple of Southeastern. One of them's actually a driver trainer, and
cool.
1 or 2 drivers, and we followed the procedure they outlined to us. So yes, procedure has changed since it was done in TS1.
I actually see a Southeastern train going past mine now, every now and then.
Nice.
The I forgot what number it is. Is it 395?
Yes, the Javelins. Blue ones.
No, not Javelin then. No. The other one.
375.
Yes, 375.
The Electrostars.
Yeah.
Super interesting trains that are unique and original and.
I detect a hint of sarcasm.
I'm just seeing if Joe's in the chat mostly, because this is the thing that we wind each other up with all the time. Because Joe loves the Electrostars. So I wind
By
him
the
up
sounds
all the
of
time.
things, you love them as well.
I don't mind them. I like all trains, but if there's a button I can push, I'm childish enough to press it as much as possible.
Have I spotted the submarine yet, in real life or on the game?
Either.
Well, I spotted it in the game the other day when Jordan pointed it out to us. In real life, no.
You need to go and see the submarine.
Yeah. But then, I definitely have not seen it in real life.
Yeah, you need to go. Just jump on a train, go from, say, Chatham to Strood, and you'll see it.
Yep. I'll have to do it. London Spark said, Electrostars are decent, but they're no pacers, are they? Nor are they a wonderful 86/87.
Yeah. I love to get an 86 or an 87 in the game. They're so much fun to drive. No, that's not a hit. Just saying.
You knew I was going to ask you that. Oh no!
Oh!
Oh, what? I was doing so well. Well, that's just disappointing with restarting that.
Don't.
Oh. I know. Clearly, I break too hard.
Yeah, you're breaking too hard. I think it's what I think is happening there, and I'm going to talk to the team tomorrow. It's Sunday, isn't it? Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah. Fix the game so Nat can slam on the brakes.
What I think is happening is the way that the wheel stick protection systems are engaging and disengaging the power. I think it's way too fast from the looks of it, and it's causing the vehicles to collide into each other or something daft like that. So there's something going on there.
Right, let's try this
particularly
again.
So just be gentle on your stops.
I will. We're gonna, yeah, nice gentle stops. It's gonna go against everything I want to do.
Not like Sam. Yeah, exactly, Morrico.
We've got this.
No, it's all right, FD. I've got it. People with the cameras following the train looked cool yesterday. Yeah, I was really impressed with that. Apparently, it was a very, very last minute thing that they got working and put in the pack. So, but then they were the team that worked on that were buzzing with all the positive comments about it. So
what was this yesterday?
Sorry, it wasn't yesterday, was it?
It might have been yesterday.
The expansion pack preview.
That was
Thursday, wasn't it?
Sunday,
or Tuesday.
Or
one of the days. It was a day ending in a Y.
Me and you did it. Thursday.
When we covered the expansion pack, and you saw all of the people with the cameras turn around following the trains.
Yes, that was Thursday. That was Thursday.
Yeah, so the team were watching the feedback and so forth, and they were pumped by everything. So you've encouraged them to keep exploring and trying to come up with new ways of doing it.
You can tell it's been a long weekend when we're not quite sure what day it is.
I have no idea what day it is.
Is it possible to teach some PZB now? I mean, let's see if we can manage a scenario without derailing first. Then we'll go into the PZB. You need dual controls fitted with teaching learners, right? I mean, you'd be twitching, right?
Yep. While working trains, you're not a driver, dear, oh dear. Workers on the track wave back if you sound the horn. Yeah.
I like that.
There's lots of cool things that you could do. But yeah, gameplay team are exploring and having fun with what they can do with it.
Tate said the camera thing was probably the coolest thing I've seen so far in Train Sim World 2. I thought it was pretty cool.
Hence Israel, Riesa Dresden or Southeastern High Speed, what do you drive? Well, Nat's doing Riesa Dresden, so you do Southeastern High Speed. There you go.
There you go. Or you do both.
Drive both.
Do one followed by the other.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
We'll have to try that. Can someone drive 2 scenarios at the same time?
I mean, probably not very well.
So basically, you wouldn't be able to tell me doing that or not, really, because it would all be bad.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna have some gradual braking instead of some really strict braking.
We're all tense now.
I know, right? How far am I going to get before I derail again?
You were streaming till 2:30 a.m. this morning, Hentis. Wow.
Wow.
You nutter. You're going to do a 395 run, then a Riesa Dresden. There you go. Good on you.
Yeah, that's a nice to do.
Enjoy.
I overshot a little bit.
It's fine. No one noticed.
I mean, it's hardly different from... Actually, do you know, it's barely... Look at that, it's barely overshot.
Yeah, it's fine.
Considering my reputation for overshooting, that's perfect.
Yeah. That's not an overshoot.
Dadrell mentioned in real life they shouldn't go above brake level 2.
That's based on a 3-step brake, whereas this is not the same sort of brake.
I was going to say, like, if you've got a 10-step brake and you're only allowed over...
No, a 3-step brake is very different to this. So that would be equivalent of not going above about 70%.
That's fair.
The idea is to, never be in a position that you have no more brakes to use.
Yeah.
So that if you're at your normal maximum brake and you need to stop quicker, that you've got more brakes that you've got available.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes sense.
It's also just not as comfortable for the passengers, but who cares about them? Trains are here for my pleasure, not theirs. I like this crossing. They're crossing the bridge over the river here into Neustadt.
Yeah, you love that view, don't you?
Oh yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah.
Don't forget to stop.
I was going to forget to stop. The passengers will be pleased they've got somewhere fast. Yes, they will. That's the thing with, if you, on that rail, you might get a concussion, but you get where you want to go fast.
Yep, we will definitely get you where you want to go. Might need some medication just to improve your state of mind afterwards.
Bring your own helmet.
And padding.
Yeah. Off it goes.
Okay, Neustadt. Big metal station.
Yeah.
Bit of a monstrosity, but it is lovely. The passengers have to sign some kind of a waiver on NatRail. Yes, it's part of the ticket purchase process.
They know what they're signing up for, that's the thing.
Yep. They pay extra for the privilege, frankly. I mean,
oops, I just put the thing in reverse.
Go to a roller coaster, you expect to pay, premium for it.
I just pushed the wrong button and put it in reverse.
It's fine.
There we go. We're good.
No one noticed.
It's because I've been playing other games, where you move with like W, D, S, and A, and so instead of moving the arrows to get where I want, I try to use W and S, which is obviously the reverser, isn't it?
Yeah. Jamie Lee, when you played Train Sim World, you've overshot the station, had half the train outside the station. You still succeeded then. That's fine.
Yeah, that's my kind of stop.
Yeah.
As long as you've got at least one door on the platform, you're good.
It's a work, It's like they say, any crash you can walk away from is a land. Any landing you can walk away from is a good one.
Yeah.
Any stop where one door is in the platform is a stop.
Thomas Lee put, not real when you have no alternative transport. Yep.
If you can use the plane again, it's a great one indeed. Hey William, I'm glad you enjoyed the videos. Rather lost again. Yes, don't forget you've got that 50 kilometre/hour limit coming up. You just watch out for a signal, probably in a kilometre or so, which it'll be green with a 5 on it.
Okay. And when I see that, I should slow down.
Just gently slow down. You've got plenty of time at that point. Just gently slow down to 50.
Okay, we got this. Oh, started raining again.
Taxioni, you're using TS 2022 and using controls, keyboard and mouse, so you can use it's the same controls, to be honest, between TS 2022 and TSW2. You'll find you've got very little to learn in that respect. There's additional stuff that you can do, but you'll find that it's it's very familiar.
Simon James said, "Can we make Dovetail Trains livery?" That'd be cool.
Yeah, let's get that one. And what we'll do is we'll talk to the legal team and make sure that's all clear, and then we'll make sure whatever the answer is there, we'll put that on the list.
There's my
of
signal.
Approved. There you go. Where it is. 5.
Okay, I am gradually
That's
breaking.
it. Yeah, you've still got a kilometre until the 50, so.
That's much more gentle than last time. I think I'm lucky I didn't derail the first time then, during that part, because I was giving it some.
You were, well, you needed to. Well, throttle quadrants aren't technically supported at all, Pika. There are community hacks and things, but it's not officially supported at all to use a throttle quadrant. And to be honest, I think even on TS1 it only works because of various community tools that are out there to do it. We're any closer to dynamic weather. This has got changeable weather on it, and the goal is to get that into service mode, so you can have changeable weather in service mode. Because the weather just literally changed here from a dry day to a rainy day.
And I can go faster again, but I'm coming up to a station. We'll go a little bit faster.
We talked to Adam regarding the new cloud visuals. I haven't yet. I need to have a chat with Adam about the cloud visuals, because when I was trying to look at them earlier on, there were some things where when you set the clouds to a certain point, it wasn't properly filling the sky. It looked kind of weird. So I just need to talk to Adam and see if I was using it right. Yeah, dynamic weather in service mode is what we want to achieve. We're not there yet. When there's news on it, I'll let you know. There's a digger on the right hand side. Getting deja vu strongly here.
Digger is here.
Yeah, I was so disappointed no one put TVM on when the 4-up challenge on Southeastern High Speed. Not one person turned the safety systems on.
I would have if I'd have known how.
Well, I know it wasn't in the rules, but I was like, oh,
it wasn't in the rules.
No one even turned it on. Wow.
Yeah. Because we're dreadful.
I agree, Londo Spark. There should be a 4-up disqualification. Totally.
Oh, but I won that one. Can we disqualify us if we don't do it next time?
Yeah, go on, and we'll do that. Why does day look like night at 6 a.m. on the Brighton line? What season is that? Because you'll find that obviously in January 6 a.m. looks very different to July at 6 a.m.
Okay, we got this.
Keep an eye out for the. Where was the stop after Coswick, wasn't it? It was Rainbow Lee you had a problem?
Yeah, I got through the bit where the speed changed again to I think it was 100 kilometers, wasn't it?
Mm.
And then I was coming to the other station and I was braking way too hard?
Yeah, I think you left it way too late to do the braking. So
yeah, and then I braked to
You were throwing everything out the window to try and stop the train.
Yeah, and then it derailed.
I mean, to be fair, the train stopped.
Yeah. I think it was the wheel slipping that did it.
Yeah, it was. Try and keep it below about 60-70% on the brake to avoid the wheel slipping. Johnny King, any plans to bring the 24, 25, 26, 27 to the game? You love the old British diesels. Me too. Love a bit of Salzer action, but there's nothing to report at the moment.
Matt, what's your favourite British steam loco? Ooh.
I've got two or three favourite locos because it depends on what you're trying to do. The 9F always stands out for me just because I love what it looks like with all the wheels and all the outside motion going on. The A4 because of the speed and the beauty of the shaped front.
Yeah.
At the Severn Valley Railway, they've got this thing called 1501, I think it is. Or 15XX, and it's an 060 tank engine with outside motion. Normally an 060 tank engine, all the motion's inside the frame and all you see is the conrod on the outside, whereas with the outside motion on the 15XX, it's kind of like all the motion, all of the stuff going on the outside that you'd see on a big steam loco, but on a low 60 tank. I just think that's cool. What's the other one?
You've forgotten your other favourite.
So GWR have this intensely cute little 060.
Yeah.
It's like there's two variants on it. One's a pannier, one's a saddle. And they're like the normal pannier tank engine, but shrunk. I can't remember what they are now, like 1309 maybe. I can't remember what they are, but they are just really, really neat.
I'm going to need a picture from you so I know what you're talking about.
But it just looks like someone took a Pannier 060 tank engine and shrunk it, because it's still an 060 even. It's not like it even drops down to an 040. But no, I've always quite liked that. J50, I have an affection for the J50 as well, just because I like underdog locos. You know, the ugly workhorse.
Yeah.
Of which the J50 is one. It was a and the Q1 as well. They are both workhorse locos that were designed for their abilities, not for their looks. I made a model of a J50 in MSTS many moons ago. I was quite pleased with how it came out. It actually looked like a J50 as well.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, I couldn't figure out how to. It was beyond my texturing skills. I couldn't actually make it, because when you texture a black loco, you don't paint it black. You paint it like a very light grey, if anything.
Oh.
And I couldn't get that right. I was just like, that blew my mind. It's just like, I'm going back to painting BR blue things because I understand blue. I couldn't understand black. So, but I was quite happy with the model.
I think it might have been here I derailed.
Possibly. No, you definitely.
Did we make it to Coswick?
Because I remember saying that word.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I'm not. I'm not convinced. No, because look, there's a 363 there, and I would have spotted that.
You didn't.
I didn't.
You missed it.
I missed the 363.
You did. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll believe you. I'm sure the chat will tell me where I derailed.
Oh, careful with the 10.
I can't help it. Clearly, I've learnt my lesson.
The Hush Hush is an interesting loco. It's that's the. It looks kind of like an A4, but with extra wheel set on it. So instead of like a 464, it's a 484, I think. It's interesting. There's two being made at the moment actually. The A1 Locomotive Society are making one named Prince Charles, which is a new build based on kind of learning the lessons from the Tornado. So it's kind of a modification of the original Hush Hush design. And then I think there's another group making one that sticks much more closely to the original design of that train. It'd be interesting to see how they come along. I think they certainly I've not followed the other one, but I know the A1 Society's one is progressing. I've seen some interesting photos on that. I'm a little bit tainted on it just because I got a model, a 00 gauge model of it, and if you know a little bit about how locomotive traction physics work, you'll know that the more wheels you have touching the rails, the more weight you need on them.
Okay.
So if you add an extra wheel set, you need to make it heavier so it's got the same grip, or it's got less. Otherwise, you end up with less grip. Mm-hmm. And of course, this 00 gauge model is no heavier than any other model.
Right.
But it's got an extra driving set, which means it couldn't pull the skin off rice pudding. It's terrible. It's just like put 4 coaches behind it, so it looks like it looks like a toy train essentially, and it can barely get up the gradients. Whereas, the Tornado, the Hornby Tornado, weighs a ton, and it can pull the layout out of the room. It's great. It'll pull whatever we give it up the gradient. So I was a little bit disappointed by that. But
can you weigh it down yourself?
Yeah, you can get into the steam engines are a bit funky, but you can get with something called liquid lead, which is just these little tiny lead balls, which you can pour into various places to just contribute to the weight. It just needs some care and attention. But when you're paying 150 quid for a model, you kind of
expect it to
think
work
about that.
Yeah. That's a shame.
But no, they're a bit different. Definitely, they're a bit different as a train.
I'd love to have a go on a model railway set just to see, because I've never seen a properly completed one before.
Oh really?
No, I've only ever seen them partly built. I've never seen one that's actually been completed.
Oh, I'll have to get you over to the One Else model railway then.
Sure.
Drive some trains.
That'd be fun.
For a change,
Yeah, because I never do that. No, but seriously, I would
Don't
actually.
forget to stop.
Yeah. I would actually be very interested in seeing it.
Yeah, no, it is good, but you can't beat. As one of the things that I used to get asked an awful lot in the early days of train simulation, and even into the middle sort of days, doesn't so much these days, is, do you see train simulation taking away from model railways as a hobby? And to seeing the kids, for example, not going into model railways and focusing on train simulation instead. And
does it not just add another layer to the hobby?
Yeah, exactly. And if anything, what it does is it provides a new entry point into it, because nothing beats controlling or handling a real, physical object. And if anything, the fact that you can do all of these things in the train simulation, and you can drive real world routes and all variety of different trains, but you can't get in and touch it. You can't actually have that tactile feedback. So actually, what we found is that it's a new way in, and youngsters, or anyone actually who hasn't, thought about trains as an interest, would get into train simulation as being a really easy entry point, and then they build into model railways after that. So actually, kind of the opposite actually happens, and you find a lot of people coming into model railways through train simulation, and then ending up with, if we're building a model railway, quite often they're going to be out in the shed or the garage or something like that, where it becomes not pleasant to work on in the winter months.
Yeah.
So what actually then happens is people tend to alternate between them. In the summer, they're working on the model railway. In the winter, they're working with their virtual railways. It's quite complementary to the overall hobby.
One thing I'd certainly like to see with our game in particular is making it easier for kids to play. So obviously it does have quite a steep learning curve, even for adults. And I'd like to have a very sort of basic setup for children who just want to, who just want to go and stop. Because kids, obviously, as they would get more experienced with it as well, would then be able to make it more challenging for themselves.
Yes, yeah. I mean, TS1 has the stop-go system, which is just a single lever, which controls the train. So it'd be a little bit more tricky to do something because of the more in-depth physics model that are on these trains, but it's certainly something that can be looked at some point.
It's something I definitely noticed when we were doing that in-person event, you see. There were kids that wanted to play it, and we could, once we set everything up for them, they loved it, but it's the initial setup, so... Yeah.
Yes, William, I remember Punichi. It's a very good route on Steam Workshop. It was updated actually following the release of the Chorus route on TS1 to, I think somebody else updated it and republished it so that you didn't have, because originally it had requirements for a route that was no longer available, which made it difficult for people to get it. But yeah, Punichi was very good.
Could do with the Train Sim World Academy with tutorials and stuff, and
See, you should be good up to 5 or 6 on your brakes before you run into a problem.
I'm taking it easy. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've noticed you're taking it easy.
I'm not doing what my gut is asking me to do. Here we go. Look at all those people.
Yeah, we need more USA passenger routes. I think the majority of the US routes at the moment are passenger, aren't they?
The which ones?
On the game, I think the majority of the routes at the moment for the USA are passenger, or at least half.
I think
because we've just done a spate of freight routes.
I think there's always a request for more passenger routes.
No, Boston was the last passenger route, wasn't it? And then, but I think it was Peninsula was the last one before that, so it was quite a big gap.
Yeah.
So it has been, it's overdue, definitely.
Absolutely. Look at some of these funky outfits.
Is the ACS64 the same as CSW 2020 with minor modifications? The art is the same, so the the model is the same with minor modifications, but the sounds were reworked, the physics was reworked, and the control and train behaviors were reworked from scratch. So quite an extensive amount of work done compared to the TSW 2020 version. But the model itself, the 3D graphics, are basically the same.
Mm-hmm. Crazy Dash said there's more freight than passenger. Yes.
Oh, okay. One of the challenges with American passengers is the whole subject of licensing, unfortunately.
I was going to say, yeah.
It's very challenging getting American passenger licenses. And when you do, they generally cover one line.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that's an area that's causing some problems at the moment with trying to get that. But we are trying to get some more. The licensing team spend an awful lot of time. We give full credit to the licensing team. They work really hard.
The licensing team are actually just phenomenal, and it's a shame we can't always give them as much credit as they deserve, because often, it's a licensing reason we can't mention what they're working on. But the licensing team are just phenomenal.
Yes, it's amazing what they do and all the conversations they have, and it's what they're able to achieve and so forth, and get access, because they're the ones, when we say, we need access to trains and so forth, they're the ones organising it all for us. So it's we wouldn't be doing what we are without them.
Unsung heroes, I believe, is the correct saying.
Absolutely. Game settings. I don't know what Nat's game settings are, but I generally use Ultra with a screen percentage, depending on if I'm streaming or not. If I'm not streaming, I'll use 200%, but otherwise I use something like 130%, and I use TAA, because even if I stream without TAA, people get grumpy. But personally, I use FXAA. I don't like TAA very much.
I don't actually. You've just lost me with all the different acronyms there. All I know is
anti-aliasing.
It's on Ultra. The rest of it will be.
So you're almost certainly 100% screen percentage with TAA turned on.
There you go.
That's all default.
Yeah, it'll be default. It'll be default Ultra settings.
Yeah, one of the things I've found when I'm streaming is that if I use 200%, then it fights with XSplit for doing the encoding.
Yeah.
So I have to dial the screen percentage back so that the GPU has got room to do both jobs. But no, I prefer FXAA. I don't like the blurring that TAA causes. But equally well, people don't, because FXAA is lower quality than TAA is able to achieve. TAA, when it's on a stable picture, is gorgeous, and it achieves very, very nice effects. Yeah, if you're seeing the ghosting and blurring you see in some cases, that's an artifact of TAA, which FXAA doesn't have.
The other thing with this PC is as well, don't get me wrong, it handles itself really well, but I'm asking a lot of it this weekend, because streaming for 6 hours on it, it's a lot for any machine to try and handle, I think. Plus this game is pretty it's pretty demanding, isn't it, when it wants to be? Yeah,
you can adjust your GPU demand. Screen percentage is a really good way of adjusting your GPU demand. But it is a demanding game. It'll warm up any computer.
I mean, to give you an idea, it's not screaming at me at the moment, which suggests it's all right.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Well, it's I don't even know what's in it. All I know is it's super powerful. We have an IT department, so I just leave them to decide what belongs in it.
How does the oil work in 844 NTS 2022? Do you need to bring up the fire mass or lower the fire mass? I think you bring up the fire mass, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Been a while since I've driven the FEF. Assuming you're referring to smoke boxes.
Ooh, this is the other thing as well, Matt. You're going to have to teach me how to drive Steam.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to teaching people how to drive Steam.
Yeah.
Driving Steam is it's an art form. It's glorious.
And I have no idea how to do it, so you're going to have a great time.
Yeah, it'd be good. Nah, you'll be fine. It's a lot easier than you think. Once you get the hang of a few bits and pieces, which won't take very long, then you'll be driving Steam, no trouble at all.
Jason said Matt's gonna have to teach us all how to drive Steam.
So you want to learn how to blow boilers up in harsh.
I mean,
So little
wow,
bit of a backstory.
shots fired.
Little bit of a backstory to this. Is a justified comment, to be fair. Backstory to that. When I first started streaming on my own channel, one of the first things I did was I did a tutorial on how to drive steam engines, and blew this boiler up.
Incredible. Oh, you've shown me that video. I've seen that. It's hilarious.
Just like, okay, in future, Matt, practice.
Yeah.
Don't just go in there and I know everything. I'm going to teach you. Look, I've told you, Derek. I was setting the fish free. Okay.
I hope you
And then there was
noticed.
that fun time I was driving on the Horseshoe Curve in TS1 with one of the steam engines, possibly the K4. May possibly have forgotten to shut the firebox door going into the tunnels at Galitzin, and killed myself
Right.
with the boiler blowback. But you know, it's fine. These are learning moments. Of course, I blame chat entirely for that one.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure it's always chat's fault.
Oh, it's invariably. What I look for these days, whenever I drive steam engines on the, when I used to drive the steam engines, I'd look for someone saying, "Don't tell him,"
That's fantastic.
and that would immediately key me in. Right, what am I missing?
Don't tell him. That's fantastic. Thankfully, the chat are much nicer to me, and they tell me immediately when I'm about to make a monumental mistake.
Yeah, they're just really mean to me, and that's fine. I'm used to it.
I hear drilling. Where's the drilling coming from? Where's the works? I can hear drilling. Can you hear it?
Be a factory somewhere nearby, I guess.
Where is it? I want to know where it is before we leave, but I need to close the passenger doors.
Pegasus Leo, if you look at the www.dovetailgames.com, there's a careers or something along the top line there, and go and have a look at
roles.
Our roles. There you go, and you can see what vacancies there are available.
I mean, if the
And I
mods
just
are
recommend you
still
keep an eye on it regularly.
Oh, there you go. I was literally just about to say, if the mods are here, they'll put a link in the chat, and they have.
They're way ahead of us.
Can we give them a big shout out as well? Because
Yeah,
they've
totally.
been modding all weekend. It's been
They
a
give
lot
up their
of hours.
time.
Yeah, I mean, so just big thank you to the mods for looking after the chat and everybody this weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. They keep it all good. You wouldn't believe how much work is going on in the background. They are very much, you know, you talk about the duck swimming along, and you don't see the feet paddling at the bottom. But yeah, they've got all sorts of things going on where they're managing everything else and just keeping the chat friendly.
Yeah.
And they are very good at what they do.
They've got lots of love in the chat for them. That's what I like to see.
Good. I ran out of water on numerous journeys, I think, William. It happens. It's fine. It's nothing too bad happens when you run out of water.
Alrighty. Well, currently, I don't want to jinx it. I'm doing better than I was last time.
Well, yeah, we got a lot further than last
Yeah.
time. We're up for Nungrits now. Nungrits, if I remember rightly, is near the chemical plant,
Okay.
where the 363 does some of its work.
So have you enjoyed this Festival of Rail, Matt?
Oh, I always do. It's great. I love watching some of the community creator videos as well.
Oh yeah.
Get different perspective and some different insights into it. Dad Rail's video with his insight as a real train driver was really, really good.
I think it's the first time we've had Dad Rail on a Festival of Rail as well.
Yeah, he's someone that we've only started talking to relatively recently.
Yeah.
And working with, and it's fantastic. So as are all of them.
Yeah.
So they're always good, and I think it's been good to showcase some of the stuff that's coming out soon as well.
Absolutely.
With the expansion pack, the Creators Club, and Steam. So it's been great.
It's been a lot of fun.
What about you folks? What are your favourite bits?
When was Dad Rail's video? That was yesterday evening. I think it was. Was it the last segment on the Saturday broadcast?
No, it was
No?
this one before that, because mine was the last one. I did the 313. So here Dad Rail was before that.
One before that. There you go.
Because everyone was telling me, well, you better drive as good as that now. You've had the lessons. Spoiler, I didn't.
Big surprise. Mega Sim's always entertaining, says BR1 Serpent.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you missed anything, you can watch it on YouTube. I think it's all been time-stamped now.
Yeah, you'll be able to find it all on YouTube.
Yeah. Steam for Wolf Boy, Steam for Mod Derek.
So 4 Up was entertaining, yeah, it was. I love the fact that Jordan found that not only did he not get credited for walking around on a moving train, but he also didn't get credit for driving it either.
I think Jordan did so well though for his first ever 4-up. He did.
Brilliant.
He was properly in with a chance of winning on his first ever one. So
Yeah, no, we need more Jordan.
I
Absolutely.
agree. We need more Jordan. Cracking job from him. And they're a bit nerve-wracking, the first ones.
Yes, but that's just Sam. You get used to him. No, Sam's lovely. Makes everyone feel very welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Calidor said, I always liked 4-up and it was a long one. Also the first time you've seen me doing the Livery Designer and you were impressed. Oh, I'm glad you liked it.
Go and have a look at the other videos that now uploaded onto the YouTube channel, because you've got a series of them, haven't you?
Yeah, it's actually, somebody mentioned in the chat, if you look at my progress now compared to when I first started, it's a really, really big difference in what I'm actually capable of doing now, and that's just been gradually keeping at it. So if you're sort of hesitant and you don't think you're going to be any good at it, look at what I was able to do when I first started compared to now. It's just sort of, it shows you how you can improve. And even then, I still don't think I'm that great, especially when I'm stopping. I'm going to have to use the 10. Especially when you look at what I'm capable of doing compared to like some of the community members. Okay, that's just a little bit of an overshoot.
That's all right.
I mean, it wouldn't be one of my streams without, right?
Exactly.
Give the people what they want.
You still got a door in there.
Oh no. Yeah, okay. There we go. Look at that. Like, that's...
It's a coach.
For me, that's really good.
Yeah.
Are they playlisted on YouTube? They should be. If they're not, I'll make sure they do get playlisted.
But yeah, the key thing with the Livery Designer is just as Nat's done, is to stick with it, and you will find new ways of doing things. Don't expect to be, the greatest at it from day one. Everybody started out with something simple, like a livery with a stripe.
Yep.
Some of us stayed there, but most of you will progress past that.
Yeah, I found that It's just play around with the tool a lot, and you'll get there. And the other thing is, like, a lot of the tips I picked up from were what the community told me. So, you know, they've been like, oh, have you tried doing this? Have you tried doing that? So then the next time I did, and I've just gradually improved. And everybody's really, really, really good at sharing their tips and tricks and helping out if you need help.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing you could do is some people have shared videos of the creation process, a bit like Nat's done. So watch those.
Yeah.
But also watch videos from other games like Forza, which have got a similar livery system. Now, you won't be able to use exactly the same techniques, but they'll give you ideas and inspiration of sort of I hadn't thought of using that decal in that way. That's really clever.
Yeah.
You know, and how the way people have achieved weathering or rusting and things like that. It's just, oh, that's really clever. And you have the tools there. It's amazing what people have created.
I would love to see how some of our, you know, when we have the livery designer competitions, I would love it if someone who did like one of the winning liveries actually recorded themselves doing it, so I could see how they made that impeccable piece of art. Because some of them I look at it and I'm just like, I don't know how you've done that.
Hent Israel, for conversion between RGB and HSV, there is converters. Rapidtables.com has an RGB HSV converter. You just type one in and it spits out the other one for you. What is my favourite train and why?
You never pick just one.
These days I answer that question by saying the 395 because I like the versatility of it and the fact that it looks super cool. It's got a space age cab, but it also does old school type things as well. So if I have to pick one, then I do that. But actually my favourite train is all of the trains.
Look at all the people.
I love how everything gets wet in the rain.
Oh yeah. You folks need umbrellas.
They do.
Can you imagine, like, now just a sea of umbrellas? It would look great.
It would. Palletized for random colours.
Oh, yes. That would be so cool.
Final station now, Risa.
Oh, well, do you know what? We've ended up timing this quite well then, because it seems that my derailment at the start has put us right back on schedule. It's almost like I planned it.
I think we started this section 20 minutes early, so...
Yes, we did.
Umbrella Livery Designer. Whoa.
Oh, the potential.
Let's get containers done first, shall we? Is it my dream to get a pink train in the game? Well, all the trains are pink before they get coloured. That's how it works in the dev process now, because basically everyone's got tired of me saying trains need more pink when they show. In the way the dev process works, they make a 3D model of a train, and then quite often they'll share with sort of the team, you know, here's a render of that train in 3D, and they used to be like black and white.
Yeah, I remember talking to the dev team about how they built the trains, and they were like, well, Matt kept on asking us to put it in pink, so we did, and then they were like, and then we found out that it's actually a bit easier for us to put it in pink, so it makes him happy.
It highlights the contrast,
and that's why, yeah, they were like, it highlights things better, so it's like it makes him happy and it makes our lives easier. So
so yeah, all the trains are pink, and in fact, if you look back at the announce article we did on Dovetail Live, for the LGV.
Yes, that's the
Diagonal
one.
route.
Yep.
If you if you're one of the cab shots, you can see a pink rim around the
Yep.
outside of the window because the exterior of the loco is pink, but the cab had been painted at that point.
I think there's actually one dev article where we have a pink sort of image of the train. I can't remember which one it is. And we ask in the dev article, why is it pink? And I remember all the chat when we first put out the article, everyone was like, Matt.
It's just what I find really amusing these days is that it happens now without me even saying anything.
Yeah.
Like the Jubilee class steam engine had pink wheels and pink conrods for ages.
We're going to end up having new people join the company who just don't understand
Bonkers.
why it's all pink.
You're all mad. Yes, you're quite right. I'd like some genuine pink trains though, but we don't have the right licenses.
Yeah.
Freightliner have got the 1 Class 66. There's an Australian freight company that have got equivalent, something like an ES44 that's pink and white. It looks gorgeous. And then there's I can't remember the name of it now. There's another freight company in Europe that have got a bright pink German shunter. So there is the Polish rail. Have got the Taurus, the BR182. They've got that in bright pink as well. So, there are lots of options. One day.
I mean, you did get a
we got
purple
pink
one.
containers. We got pink containers.
You're getting closer with the purple one as well.
Yep. Getting there.
Yeah. Oh. There is a red signal coming up very soon.
Yeah, going over the 2 bridges.
Oh, the red signal's after the station.
Yeah.
I was a bit too cautious there. I think I'd cry if I derailed now.
Yeah, kind of the reason. It started out, certainly the reason I like pink is because it wound people up, and I couldn't understand why. So I was just like, like I said earlier on, if there's a button to push, I'm childish, and I just like pushing the button. The reason I originally started playing with pink everywhere was because I was playing an old game called Need for Speed 3 many, many years ago, back in the day where people did LAN parties, and we were all choosing our cars and setting them up, and I ended up with a Lamborghini that painted pink because I pressed the wrong button. And while everyone was chuckling at me, they wouldn't let me change it, so I had to drive in the pink Lamborghini, and I won. And I'm like, interesting, because everyone was taking the mickey out of me so much they weren't paying attention. So I accidentally, on purpose, kept the pink Lamborghini and faked pressing the wrong buttons again, and I won again. I'm like, right, that's it.
What a tactic!
We disrupt everybody by being a pink car, or So now whenever I do anything, it's always in pink, just because it winds everybody up.
It's got to be done.
And there's no good reason for that. It's a perfectly good colour.
Do we think I got a gold medal?
Absolutely.
I feel like that was an alright drive in the end.
That was a very good drive, yeah. And you're only sitting here at just around 2 minutes late on the whole journey, so that's, your stops would have been perfectly fine.
Nice little scenario, that one.
Yeah, it does the job nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The introduction of the rain a little way in. On my Discord, Jason, the mods are pink.
Hey, I did get a gold medal. Very nice.
Very good.
Excellent. Well, thank you for joining me for that segment, Matt. It's been very nice having the chat, and it's nice having the company. And thank you to everybody for the chat in the chat. Now, I'm going to show everybody the schedule, so just want to say also thank you for joining us this weekend. We'll see you soon.
Lovely. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, Matt. And then still to come up for today is the West Cornwall local by WobblyCaptain. So that's the last segment for this weekend, and just want to say a big thanks to everybody that's joined us, and I hope you've enjoyed everything that we've shown you this weekend, 'cause it's been a lot of fun for us as well. So over to WobblyCaptain.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Festival of Rail, where today we are going to be playing Train Sim World 2 and playing the West Cornwall route by Livery Games. So let's take a quick glance at the station as we are loading our passengers, and there doesn't seem to be any passengers, so it must be a particularly quiet time of day down here. Maybe 11:48 it is. Perhaps they all went on the previous train. So while I was rambling on, we set this loco up, so hopefully if I've set it all up correctly, we should start moving. I don't think there's many stops on the way to St Ives on this particular section that we're going on, but we are expected to be at our first stop at 11:51. So the West Cornwall route is a 44-mile long route from Penzance to St Austell, and it also includes the St Ives branch as it was in the early 1990s, hence the regional railways livery on the loco. So included in this DLC add-on for Train Sim World 2, West Cornwall Local, we have the BR Class 150/2 in Regional Railways livery. That's what we're in right now, and after we've done this journey, we will be doing a light loco move in the other loco that is included in this DLC, which is the BR Class 37/5 in Rail Freight Grey. So there's the station up ahead that we will be stopping at. 11:51 is our expected arrival time. It looks like we are going to be on time here, as long as I don't overshoot the station. Try to bring the train to a steady stop. Unlock the doors. Doors locked. Take off the brake. A little bit of throttle and away we go. And we due at the next station at 11:56. So I believe in real life this particular section we are going is known as the English Riviera. So you won't actually see the whole of the route in this video, but from what you can see, you've got to admit it is absolutely stunning. This is just a section from St Ives down to St Ives. There we go, a nice view of the beach there. Very important to maintain speed here to keep the schedule on the timetable as we go up this gradient here. It's quite steep. Now, if you're watching this for the very first time and are thinking about buying West Cornwall Local, first off you will need the base game, Train Sim World 2, and this is a DLC add-on, West Cornwall Local. And you're wondering how easy it is to drive the trains, as you've never tried a game like this before, it really is quite easy because each loco has a training module with it, and it teaches you the very basics just to get you going, how to start it, how to go forward, backwards, stop and start. It really is quite simple. It's easy to get into. So the station is just the other side of that bridge. 11:56.57 is actually our expected time, so it looks like I'm going to be on time again, which is unusual for me, as very often my trains do run slightly late. So, open the doors, and we've just about made it, I think. We're on schedule at the moment. Picking up a few passengers here. We have got to wait until 11:57:12 because I was slightly early. Which is actually is unusual for me. So release the brake and a little bit of throttle, and away we go. So our next stop is our final stop, St Ives. 1200.40 is our expected time of arrival. So it's just approximately 3 minutes down the track. So we'll try to maintain the actual speed limit to actually try to be on time to keep to schedule. Now if I'm going to be late, it's going to be at this last station. I can see from the little help icons, if you've never played this game before, you can put all sorts of help icons up on the screen to help you, and in the top right hand corner it actually says 15 mile an hour speed limit that I'm approaching, so I should prepare myself for that. And it's also letting me know that there is a red stop signal 0.6 miles ahead. So I don't think it's after this bridge where the 15 mile an hour speed limit is. I think there may be another bridge, and that is where the 15 mile an hour speed restriction comes in shortly after this bridge here, because I have been along this section before and I know it quite well. So somewhere here I can actually see the sign. Can you see the sign? There's the sign, 15 mile an hour speed restriction. I'm slightly overspeeding. We'll put the brakes on, bring the speed down to 15 miles an hour as we approach our final destination here. The end of the line, so very important that we don't actually crash into the buffer at the end of the station here. And it looks as though we are going to be on time. There we go, a nice steady stop like a pro. Open the doors. And that's it, but please stick around because next we're going to be doing a light loco move in the 3-7. Okay, so master key on. Reverse is set to forward. Loco brake is released. Headlights on. We'll put the headlights on and set the train brake to running. Now a little bit of throttle and we should get going. So we're going to be performing a light loco move and we will just follow all the on-screen instructions here on what to do. We're down at Penance Station, West Cornwall. Have you all noticed the remains of the snow on the ground? I've got this set in January. As you all know, if you play the game, you can set the month and weather. So I think I've got it on overcast, light clouds, January. So we're seeing some remains of the December snowfall just on the ground in certain areas. You may notice them, or if you're wondering what that white stuff is, that's what it is. A little bit of Cornish snow. So we have to stop here. I haven't got the help icon on, by the way, that you can put on the track. You may have noticed that. I very often play without them on. So that's why that's missing. And it looks like we've got to wait. If you can see the carriages moving there, we've got to wait for them to go down into the station before we can proceed. And if I remember rightly, it's a Class 08 shunting them down into the station. And there it goes. Okay, I'm going to try to be smart here and shut down this section or end of the locomotive, of the loco, and swap ends. Throttle off. Let's put the marker lights on. Let's have the marker lights on. Let's try do it like a pro. Let's just check everything's correct here. Master key is off. All looks okay. Open the door, step down. Now the marker lights should be on. 2 little red lights. Yes. It's looking good. Okay, so let's set up this end of the loco. So it'll be master key on, reverser. We'll put it on engine only for the moment. Throttle to on, headlights on, and train brake to release. Loco brake is released. Couple to formation. Away we go. No, we won't, because reverser needs to be set to forward. There we go. Try again. Little bit of power. Nine vehicles coupled to formation, so 9 carriages or wagons or something, or some thingamajig of some sort is waiting for us further down the line, but we are approaching a red light, so we've got to be careful. So we've got to stop unless it changes at this red light here that we are slowly, very carefully approaching. So we've got to stop here at this red signal, and you can just see down the line there the Class 08 coming up the line. That's what we're actually waiting for. Contact the signaller. Proceed at restricted speed. Now what we will wait for, I think the Class 08 actually comes down the line. because I've done this scenario numerous times. Well, timetable mode, I've done it numerous times, so I'll try to run parallel with it. We better slow down because couple to formation we're going to hit these rather hard at 10 miles an hour. But there's the class away, look at that. There's also a lot of people standing on the station now. Sound the horn just to warn them. Nope. Looks like we've, or I have bounced back a little bit. Not my best coupling up, that wasn't. So we'll just nudge forward just a little bit more. Try again. That might be okay. Like I say, that's not my best coupling up I've ever done, but you know, that's the way it's gone today. We'll put the brakes on because I have had locos roll down the line before and I've had to chase them. Always put your brakes on and manually couple up. There we go. That's it. So that's it, that's all, and thank you to everybody for watching Train Symbol to West Cornwall Local. Tatty bye.